Hello, everyone. Welcome to what is
Boom.
effectively the ARML Spring Championship. Jeremy's in the clubhouse with 107.7, and this match between Eric, Steve, Huang,
Boom.
and Max. Max, of course, has an outside chance of winning, but much more like just trying to stay out of the demotion range. We start here with Eric as the first dealer, calls the Haku, has very good shapes here. Loves pulling a 9-so Dora. On the right, we see the Hatsu call and a few pairs, but just seems to be a similar call and go across the way. Two Dora, distant Sunscrew, but just doesn't seem like it's going to be fast enough for anything else on the table. And on the left, kind of the same situation, possible Pinfu. The shape took there, also a floating Dora, but it's really hard to put together. And it sounds as though I am joined by Dustin.
Boom.
Hello.
So, what are you looking forward to in this match? Of course, we're looking at the championship here. Is there anything you're thinking about or looking forward to?
Well, to be honest, I
Gee.
mean, I have a personal investment. I mean, technically, it's very unlikely that the other final table near the bottom of the standings could go in a way such that I get demoted. But if Max loses enough points that I am safe, that'd be great too.
Yeah, exactly. What's that bottom of the table? Of course, Jonathan's standings don't count towards the rest of the league. So if Jonathan just has a couple terrible games, it is possible. You're in kind of the border position. I'm feeling a lot safer now after my last game. But we have Tempai here for the dealer waiting on the east. It would be on Sumo 40 Fu, but on Rona it'll just be the 30 Fu for the Tuhan. Oh, and there's a third Dora across the way. Getting close, but when you see two people Tempai here, although admittedly Max on the right has a pretty terrible weight, that's going to improve it massively, though. You see the 2-pin has been called, so we'll just be waiting on the 5-pin here. There are 3 in the wall, so it's a pretty good weight.
I don't know if I like keeping the East just because they are the dealer. It looks a lot worse. I
Yeah, and
think
if you
it switched
deal
to the
into it and it's
West.
yeah, if it's a Shampon, you would be dealing into dealer Mongon here.
Especially with 3 calls, you don't want to give them 3 Han.
Kang.
We're going to see Huang take the con. Yes,
Eats.
does, and is now Tempai and will reach. He's waiting on 3-6-pin. And so look at this on the wall. There are 4 left. And the question is, how much is Eric going to push? And I don't think you really fold with this, so you're going to push almost anything.
And then West came
Sumo.
right out after the Ricci. Oh, and then the Sumo.
Ricci Sumo, a whole bunch of Fu here, and Uradora, so that's a 6,400 point win. 1,600, 3,200, we move to East 2. Dealer here has a pretty standard Pinfu hand, also Dora, especially pulling that 5-so. On the right, we have a Chun pair. Pretty good shapes altogether. Just not much value yet. Across the way, few pairs, maybe Toy, but I think it just looks like a conventional hand, but it's a little slow. On the left, similarly, 4 pairs now, so maybe Chitoy. You'd love to turn into a normal hand, but those are just kind of awkward unless you can pull in maybe the 6 Odora. And we see Max here is probably shifting towards Tanya. There is a possible Sanshoku as well with the 2-3-4. Of course, they make the Dora kind of hard to use, but we'll see how that turns out. Probably keeping the option open for 2 on either way. More, of course, you can keep it closed, but it's always going to be hard when you have these types of shapes.
Especially in A1, the call rates go up a lot more compared to the other divisions.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
I
we see here at the championship table, the lowest is 34.2, which is basically league average.
Boom.
tend to call a lot more because you don't have the time to build. And if everyone realizes that, oh, there's a Tempai on, no, it's not Tempai. That is a 6, not a 7 one. Nicely shunt, perfectly shunt 10. But yeah, so you have a bunch of calls. Interesting here, you have Eric with a 13.4 Ricci rate, and that's really low. He's sitting at 102.1, so it's working out very well.
Yeah, he also has the lowest dealing rate at the table.
He has the lowest
Fairly
dealing
low
rate.
in general.
Yeah, A1, I'm pretty sure, by a long shot. You see Steve there with 9.3, but I think that's combined stats. I don't, yeah, looking at those are combined stats for the first and second season. I think I actually have the second lowest deal-in rate this season. So he's been a little more aggressive than he was in the beta league. And again, he's sitting at 81.0, so it's working really well for him.
Boom.
Tempai on the right now.
Yeah, waiting on the
4-7
4-7.
pin.
Yeah, the 7's kind of locked up in that hand to the left. The 4 is, of course, never coming out here from Max. So effectively drawing to a 2-outer. Now gets a Dora. Now, how greedy do you want to be? You can tell he's thinking about this one.
Yeah. Going for the greed. No longer Tempai.
See, I would have read that second 6 pin as a sign and just cut the Dora then. But there is more value here potentially. Ooh, there's the Dora indicator draw from Max there as dealer. Can now call for Tempine would be Tanya Dora 2, or Dora 1 rather.
Each.
Or just reach you with a 3-sided weight on the 2-5-7. Will be Ricci, Tanya, Dora, no matter how it's won.
And that 7 came out. If they didn't go for the greed, they would have stopped that.
Yeah,
Ricci
and there's
on
the
right.
backfire. Now we'll see if end up paying a big sumo as payment for it.
Sumo.
And
there's the sumo.
Last
Ricci, sumo, Tanya, Dora. That's already Mongon.
Ura 4.
Ura 4.
Baimon.
Oh my goodness. What a way to start the match off. A Baimon sumo for Max. And that's going to take complete control of this table. Of course, we see Gimmick had won a pretty decent hand in the first, so Max is now a very clear first with Long in second and Steve and Eric both fighting for third place. The leader here has a Dora and a Chun pair, so probably just call and go. The rest of these shapes are okay, but you have double Ryoncon, and you don't really want to pull in that 8-mon. But interesting shapes now. You could even go Chanta Sanshoku with this and end up cutting the Dora. On the right, we have a Hatsu pair, a whole bunch of pairs, honestly. You might go Toy Toy, you might go conventionally, you might just go for the Peiko on the 5-6-7 or 6-7-8. So across the way, we see pretty standard Tanya shapes. Not really looking like Pinfu, but Tanya looks pretty good. On the left, pretty good Pinfu shapes. Yeah, Max is kind of floating the option between Chanta, Sanchuku, and the Dora here. Oh wow, what a draw with that one. I think if the Chun comes out, you just call it and throw the Dora.
Boom.
You have to figure it's eventually going to come up from Eric there on the left.
I guess you might want to keep it in just so no one can call it.
Yeah, that'd be the only reason to hold it. But we see Tempai on the right now on 9-mon 7-so. The 7-so is going to look pretty good after that call.
Chi.
And similarly, Gimmick says, okay, that's enough of that. And as mentioned earlier, there's a Chun, it does get called. Across the way, we're Tempai for 4-7-8-so.
Each.
And Ricci on the left, a 3-sided weight. And that 7 will deal into double Roan if it gets
Don't.
pushed.
Ooh.
Just the 1,300 to Steve, but a Dora across the way, so that'll be 2,000. When you double Roan for 3,300, you're like, okay, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it would have been 3 Han dealer, maybe maybe it's like fine to push it. It didn't get punished that much, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I didn't also have the Ricci, which is very likely going to be the most expensive hand there. But dealer here has probably Peiko, maybe Pinfu. On the right, we see a Chun pair. Decent shape, but you do have that 1-2 pin. Across the way, what are you thinking? Kokushi? I don't think you have enough tiles for it, but you have all those annoying honors. You go
You could
Honitsu, all sorts of
dream, but
options.
throughout the 9, so probably not going for Kokushi.
Yeah, and on the left, 1-2-3 Sanjuku, maybe any Peiko in pin.
It was 8 tiles, I believe, but just
Well,
abandoned
that's
it.
the rule: is you discard the 8-9, so you will draw the 7 the next turn. It is a rock solid rule of Mahjong.
Yeah, they're still throwing those terminals. So when that happens, you might think like, do you just want to like fold, throw out the dangerous middle tiles earlier, or I guess you still try to make a hand. Maybe pin Honitsu now.
Yeah. Well, I think that was the play from the start. It's just nothing was pairing up. I mean, I have two really good shapes, a completed
T.
shape. You even call that and just float the potential Kanchan, but you still don't have that fifth block yet. Ooh, nice little hand there for Steve coming together. Not even that far from Suwonko now. You cut the 8-9 mon here. All sorts of options with this hand.
In a way, it's not far from. Well, it's kind of far, but you can see Ryuiso there.
Yeah, having to cut the
Kind of.
full 7 Mononko seems like a bit much, though. Does decide to cut the 9 and
Yeah.
presumably the 8 next turn. I agree with this. Interesting that the 8 pin was not called by Eric. Because I think that would have pushed you a lot more toward using anything else as your pair. Could end up, of course, with a potential Hadaka Tonki if you get stuck on that, though. I'm actually going to wait on the Dora. Would love the Sanjuku, but doesn't want to throw the Dora out yet, especially not
T.
Tenpai. Not really sure what everyone else is doing. And now we see an open on the right for Honitsu. Really waiting for that Chun, but that's never going to happen because I don't see any situation where they ever leave Eric's hand.
Yeah, they're both stuck. Mochi Mochi. They both want the value, so maybe if there's a reach out, it feels like a safe tile to drop, but otherwise, probably not.
Yeah, when Eric's in the situation, he tends to fold pretty much all the time here because you're at turn 11. You have to figure you're way behind. If anything, it's surprising how not far behind
T.
Eric would be at this point. Now, interesting, we do not see the pawn for Karaten there for Huang on the right. Could have gotten the Tenpai there. Of course, there would not have been any tiles for that 3-mon wait, but could, of course, flip around with something such as a Chun for a 3-sided wait.
Dealer Tenpai for 2/5s though?
Just the 5, I believe.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
2's dead if it is worked.
Yeah, the 2's the hand on the left, I believe. I don't think 2 so completes that. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be no Yaku though. Yeah, that's why it's
T.
highlighted.
Yeah, you have to cheat this if you're Huang. Now waiting on 1-4-mon. Of course, the 1s are dead and the 4 is Dora. So good luck with that. You're going to have to draw it yourself.
Still 2 of those left in the wall though.
I mean, that's Mongon if you can actually
Pump.
draw it. Oh, there's Tenpai across the way. Also looking for that Chun still. There's 1 5-pin left. We have everyone Tenpai. The question is, when does it come out? Of course, we know the Tuso is completely dead at this point. So, Maxi's out. Oh no, the Dora. You can't throw
Surely
this,
not,
can you?
especially
Yeah, not into
the
the
lack of
Honitsu.
yeah, the lack of oh,
Don't-
throws
Oh
it out.
wow, that is a really aggressive play and ends up dealing into the Mongon there for Steve.
Yeah, it's a huge deal in, and it was just what Tanya in his hand.
Yeah, it was just
Shadow
going
dealer,
for the
but
K10
still,
payments. Yeah, I think I definitely throw the 6-0 there, but I can see him. That is a play to win the league. As he's saying, I'm going to defend my dealer and make my stand here, but I'm not sure that's the right play in game one. Like I could absolutely see that play in game four. For us, though, we move to East 4 now. Dealer has a beautiful Ricci Pinfu Dora hand now, with the shapes getting even better. I'm definitely cutting those Yaku high. I would have liked the 8 pin a lot more in the hand than the tone at this point. But anyway, on the right, we have a pair of tone, a pair of Shaw. So you'd love to work that into Honitsu, but just have a floating door. So that's probably where the hand's going. Across the way, few pairs. You'd love to turn into Honitsu, but it's not
Pump.
looking likely, especially with the 2-3-4 in So now. And on the left, we see a beautiful set of Onko
Pump.
with the Hatsu and a pair of Chut. Similarly, you'd love to turn that into Honitsu.
Yeah, we're getting the pawns, the east and the west. Definitely looking for the pin and Nitsu. 3 Han.
Yeah, if you connect some to the Dora, you take the Tempai anyway and move on, but you'd like more.
Yeah, just pair it up. It's still 3 Han that way.
You have potentially 4 if you draw one yourself, because it would be the Champon there. And I see the call on the left, just going for basically anything here. And dealer is now Tempai waiting on 1-so, 6-so for Ricci Dora. There is 1-1-so out and 1-6-so in a hand, so 2 outs left. Oh, that's an interesting. I think you're still going to pursuit Ricci here by Max. Oh, will not throw the 9-so. Gives up the Tempai.
It is a deal with Ricci, and you have the safe tiles, so it's fair.
Well, now working towards Itsu even.
Sumo.
But there's the Sumo for the dealer. Ricci Sumo Dora. Doesn't get the same Aura Bomb that Max got, but you'll take the 6,000 for sure.
Yeah, no, fairly close to first place.
And we're in East 4-1. Dealer has a Tanya type hand. You'd love to turn this into Chinitsu, and it's really starting to move that way now with all those mid tiles. And so on the right, we see, I don't know, Pinfu, maybe Tanya, maybe Ricci. Kind of hard to figure out to do with all those shapes. We have a 5-5-5-7-9, but the 8 pin is Dora, so I guess you're going for Ricci Dora with that. Across the way on there, that's a much better looking shape in pin with 3 pairs and 2 Dora. Probably Honitsu on the left. A bunch of really frustrating shapes. Ryankan, Penchan, Kanchan, and just an extra floater then. Wow, and Max's hand is just getting better and better. Speaking of hands getting better and better, Huang's is starting to look scary too.
Yeah, 3 completed runs already.
I mean, I'm just cheat. You're calling this. The question is, do you own it or you cheat? Wow.
Oh,
Passes on completely and pairs up the 3-so.
it's kind of hard to tell if it like actually helps. Oh, is that Tenpai?
It
Yeah,
has
it
to be
is.
Tempai. I'm just trying to read
Yeah.
what it is. 7.
Go.
Oh yeah, it's there you go.
Dama Chinitsu. Wait,
And Max has got to be looking at what just happened. A closed Dama Chinitsu with no overflow on turn 7.
yeah, and since it was closed, you got the extra Han for Hanuman. And that's the hurt.
That's a really nice play there. As Huang is now jumping out, and I think if the scores ended like this, would be at the top spot in the league after one game. But it's still relatively early with East 4. Dealer has maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanshuku. On the right, we see a few pairs. You'd love to pull in a Dora as well, but maybe the 79 Sanshuku, maybe some pairs, maybe a Heiko and Pin. Lots of options depend on how the wall treats it. Across the way, pretty standard pin food shape, just feels a little sore in their hands. And on the left, maybe an Itsu in pin. And other than that, just standard pin food. see Steve pair up the north, which is the Yakuhai, where there's no value here. You'd love to fish for a lot more when you're sitting at 12,700. It'll be interesting to see if Steve calls the pay when it comes out from. Oh, there's going to be Ricci. It's Ricci Nomi, but good weight. I think you just have to take it.
リーチ
You can see the hesitation, but yeah, eventually just hits the button.
Yeah, there's not really much else you could like improve the value on. Like you draw pay maybe, but
Sumo.
Ricci pots to get rewarded.
It's going to be some extra food because Yunonko and a wind and a sumo, but
And
you don't need
Ura.
it if you hit the Uradora. So there's Mongon, and Steve's back over 20,000. Now we move to South Round. Here has nice Tanya shapes, a distant 2-3-4 Sunshu. On the right, we have pretty standard Pinfu shapes and a Dora 3-mon across the way. Maybe an Ipeco of some sort in So, but similarly pretty standard Pinfu shapes, maybe a distant 5-6-7 Sunshu. And on the left, pretty standard Pinfu shapes. And Steve's hand is getting pretty good. It's just not going to have much value yet. The question is, can you pull in something extra there?
Throws away the 2 pins. You don't get the Ryman shape, but get the more solid Tanya.
And Eric takes a look at the 3 and throws it back, seeing too many pairs in this hand. Definitely not believing in Chitoy with this. And of course, you see the discard. You look at the 2 and then discard the 3 and the 1 right after. That's always frustrating. There is Tempai on the
Each.
left for Ricci Nomi because the north is the seat win, so it is not Pinfu. Waiting on the 6-9, there are 4 on the wall. And you see Steve going, what do I throw against this?
Long.
Ooh,
It deals into
Ipatsu.
the Ipatsu, Ricci Ipatsu. No aura, but it is still 2,600, and Huang just extends the lead and is rolling over the table here.
Yeah, keeping everyone below 30,000 will give him the extra 5 Uma.
Yeah, that's going to be really important because these are the people you're playing against effectively for the league championship. It is possible that Jeremy ends up with the league championship. It would really require Max going on a big run. And it looked like that was possible earlier with Max hitting that Aura 4 dealer by Mon, but now sitting here at 26,600 and way back. But it has a pretty good hand here. Potential Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, maybe even a 6-7-8 Sanshoku. Looking less likely now. On the right, we see a nice fill in at that 4-pin. And already Ishan 10, but not much value. Across the way, pretty standard Pinfu shape. You need to fill in that 4-pin. And the shapes in Mon are a bit annoying to use. And on the left, we see, wow, that's building towards maybe Sananko, Nan, and Dora. I kind of want to cut the 2-4-mon here. Okay, just keeping the 1. I don't like the 1 so pair weight because there's already 1 discarded. So if anyone ends up using it, it's going to be completely locked in your hand for the rest of the game. Ooh, interesting choice here from Max. Throws the 8 back. Doesn't believe in the Sanchoku upgrades. Just feels these shapes are pretty well filled in at this point.
So Eric abandoning the Sananko, going for the efficiency of the 5-6 pin.
Yeah, he's been really attached to that 2-4-mon. That's the only... Oh, there's another option with the 8. Throws it back again. Maybe reading the 3-mon is fairly
Yeet.
good in the wall, but I can't tell any difference myself. We have Ricci on the right for Ricci Nomi with 2-5-mon. And there are 4 on the wall, so not a bad weight. Mainly, though, just looking to hopefully knock some Ooh, that's an interesting draw. It's Tempai. And
Go.
they this is where you have the quiet. If you reach it, this would have been Hanemon, but instead just takes the Damamangan. Of course, C7 was Gimbutsu, so it's certainly understandable. Takes the 12,000, and Steve is at 5,700, just like that.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just go for the higher win rate with the dealership because you have the repeat anyway, but
홈.
extra value would have helped.
It's 12,000 either way, so it's a very nice win regardless. Dealer calls the East. That is the Yakuhai. The rest of your shapes aren't bad, but they're not good either. And, oh, well, that helps a little bit. Then you have some options for pairs. On the right, we have pretty standard Pinfu, maybe a distant 1-2-3 Sanchu, maybe a lower Mani Peiko. Across the way, pretty standard Pinfu, same type of hand, looking for the 1-2-3 Peiko. And on the 1-2-3 Sanchu, rather. And on the left, we have decent shapes, but a distant Pin Honitsu. Going to be really hard just considering how slow everything is compared to the rest of the table.
Yeah, they threw those double south early on too, so no.
Yeah, well, the first one was just the floater, but then paired it up, of course. Keeping the East, which is only a safe tile, so it's a very Eric play, keeping safe tiles even this early. I'm always much more aggressive than that, but this is how Eric ends up at 102, and I'm at 0.9. Ooh, nice little draw that upgrades Steve's hand here. Will be Ishan 10. No value, though. Okay, across the way, Huang
Gee.
goes for the potential option to get this to Tanyao Sanchuku by shifting the 1 to a 4. Can always cut the 1 so anytime now. And dealer is Tempai for Tone and possibly Dora. That 1 pin sitting in
1.
Eric's hand is very suspicious, but I don't think it's coming out. Oh, it might now, though. Oh, and there's the Ipatsu. Riichi Ipatsu Pinfu. No Oradora, but does at least somewhat salvage what had happened to Steve the previous hand with that Damamangan deal in. And moved to South 3, and is rewarded with a great starting hand. That I believe is still Ryan Shanten, but accepts so much you don't even really think of it as such. On the right, we see, I don't know, Chanta, Junchan. You'd like to make a more conventional hand, but you have so many outside shapes. I think you just call and go Junchan. Across the way, on the other hand, that is a beautiful shape. The Sha Anko, which is Yakuhai. Great shapes elsewhere. That seems like by far the fastest hand. And the one on the left is, again, a really good hand. You do have the extra 1-3 pin, though you're going to want to probably get rid of. Turn this into Tanyao and Dora and maybe something else.
Yeah, Eric's Ishanten across the way.
Eat.
Oh, my Riichi there, but it's Riichi Sha. Lots of foo though.
Yeah, I can't get the Sun Anko. Can't get the Sun Anko from that, but you're perfectly fine with this. That's more or less destroys Steve's dealer turn, although that may be the backfire. Steve may just feel he has to push.
It's 3-6-1 wait, there's just 2 Anko.
Right, no, it wouldn't be Sun Anko. That's what I was saying, is because you don't have the paired 5 or 4 like that.
Right.
Is that Tempai? No, of course it's not. You have that extra 1 so floater, but a very wide Ishanten now for Steve. But of course, having thrown that 5 pin early, if you draw the 4 pin, you'd be 4-10. So I don't know if that's taken anyway. Ooh, and now a second Dora. That's gonna be really hard to play with because with the earlier 7-8 so discards, a lot of your upgrades are just gonna be 4-10.
Yeah, that extra Dora might tempt him to throw out a dangerous out. Another
It's
Dora.
4-10. Oh god, 1 pin.
I mean that's so
Yeet.
tempting. The Riichi out it's gonna deal in right here.
Yeah, it would be a 4-10 Riichi, and this will deal in.
4.
Riichi Shaw, the 32 with no Urador, and that is what it is. 3200 gets the Riichi stick back. We move to all last. This game is just sped through, despite some really big hands. Dealer has a pretty nice. Oh, go ahead.
It was just unfortunate to draw those door when, especially when the dealer just makes it so tempting to push, and then you just get dealer in.
Yeah, I mean, no one's here except potentially Max is in any danger whatsoever of demoting. So you're playing to win the league here. And we move to all last, and Huang has pretty standard Pinfu hand. You have pulling a door. You have two contents you need to fill. On the right, that sure looks like Junchan to me. That is Ishan 10 already for Junchan. Now Tempai, but I'm just throwing it back. Instead Damas, and that's understandable as well. Cannot win on that 6-pin. Across the way, we see probably Honitsu, maybe even Shinitsu being pursued by Steve. There is also, of course, a Tanya shift if you pull in something, but I think it looks more like Honitsu, especially with that 8-pin discard. On the left, we have Distant Itsu in pin. The shapes aren't terrible, but they aren't good either. Okay, that helps. And now this is actually Ishan 10. You just throw the 1-pin every time. Throws the 4, so maybe a little scared that anything around it's going to be very hard to pull on the wall because you suspect that Max has a bunch of them. Another 6-pin out comes out because, oh yeah, there's the 6. Of course, would you even really want the Riichi potentially nothing else?
Yeah, waiting on a middle tile.
Yeah, it'd be really rough. And Huang is Ishan 10. And we see a Tempai for Chinitsu across the way for Max, waiting on the 7-so. There are 2 on the wall, so it's not bad. And there's a Riichi for dealer. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 2, at least. Potentially more here, as Huang is... Oh, no!
Oh,
And there's the Ipatsu. I don't see how you get around that, though. That is a monster play. Oh, and the
Ura for
Uradora.
Hanuman. That,
Oh,
yeah.
wow. And look at that score that Huang is putting up in game 1. That is amazing. 74,900. And I can't blame Max for that. I mean, you have Chinitsu, you're head-to-head against the dealer. Just been unfortunate. Dealer gets another great starting end here. Not much value, but you have great shapes in the Hatsu pair. So I'll probably just call and take your 1 haunt. On the right, we have a whole bunch of pairs that is Chitoitsu Ishan 10 already. Across the way, pretty standard Pinfu shape, feels slow compares to the table. And on the left, the other Hatsu pair. So, of course, if Huang opens, that hand is very unlikely to finish.
Yeah, it's always worrying to be Achazuke if you're Yakuai's Mochi Mochi.
Well, if you just pull Anko like this, then that'll fix the problem. And of course here, if you draw a 2-5 Mon, you Riichi on the 4, and the Hatsu looks pretty safe against you, all things considered. Although now with that pawn, you're thinking any So tile is probably safe against the dealer. And Eric's just sitting here in Ishan 10 Hell, looking for upgrades to those weights, and potentially 1-so, Shaw, or Haku. So all are very good weights. But there's your backfire on the 5-pin. I see a call of the 8-so for Sanshoku, Dora, maybe Chanta. Of course, you'd love to pull in the Hatsu, but... Oh, there's Tempai on the right, waiting on that Shaw. This is Riichi Chitoi.
Yeah, once cut, so it looks fairly safe. It's
and there's the... This has to be a pot, so you have to push this, don't you?
Oh, it does.
Riichi, Apatsu, Chitoi. This will get Eric
and Ura
too.
Another Hanuman.
Wow, I mean, these Ura have just been going off in this game.
Yeah, it's been
Eric,
at least like 4 Hanuman in this game.
Oh God. Well, of course, I think what a Baimon, we had the Dama, and yeah, I think 4 total. But Huang gets even with that big Honeyman deal in the last hand, 52.6 and will take over the top spot in the league. Eric not quite getting to 30K, but at least salvaging a lot of the damage there. Max, who was doing really well coming into this game and started off with that big Baimon sumo with the Aura 4 and just can't pull it together as Huang rolls over the rest of the table. And Steve taking the big last. Of course, we had that Dama that could have even been worse here. But now you look at the standings and it feels like it's more of a fight between Huang and Eric. We still have 3 games left.
I mean, another game like that could certainly happen. It's not that likely, but it's a possibility.
They started 2 minutes ago, so we're going to have a short break before the next game.
Yeah, that game was particularly unfortunate for Max, especially because like, he won so many points in that game, but he just lost like just as many as well. And you lose too much, then you get into the risk of demotion.
Yeah, when you look at that end result, Max still has a bit of a buffer, but another minus 15 like that, and he's in serious demotion territory, and you have to survive 3 games. We'd been joking about it in the channel, but it's a serious problem that if you're the 8 seed, you're thrown up against 1, 4, and 5, and if you're the 9 seed, you're thrown up against 12, 13, and 16. And Simon certainly took advantage of that as the 9 seed and is sitting in a very comfortable position now.
Yeah, me being near the demotion line, the 9, 12, 13, 16, it helped because two of the people that are likely to possibly beat my score, they'll just take the score from each other, so they'll just pull the other one down below me. It's interesting how that
Right, and that's just
seeding
it.
works.
Of course, the biggest fan of Jonathan, who isn't in these standings, is Lucas, who would need to keep all 3 of Bishan, Oliver, and Kaz below. But that is possible. The issue is you see in the A1 standings that minus 8.7, which is what you're at, is the cut line. That's absolutely ridiculous. And everyone's a little scared of it. I know I was playing terrified in my games yesterday.
Yeah, that's more worried, but I didn't realize until they started playing that the two people around me that I hadn't started playing yet were at the same table. So it's possible that it could still be above me, but it's fairly unlikely, I think.
Yeah, no, you're not in a great position, but you're in a good position, especially with how those last couple of games ended up, because you had Bishan pulled back into the pack, so they're going to be fighting with each other, and so it's going to be very hard for 2 of them to jump you unless Jonathan just ends up taking a couple fourths.
Yeah.
But we look at the standings. The big story here, of course, is Huang with 131. So looking really good here. We're going to have the game starting any minute now. And don't let those stats in the upper right confuse you. Those are the combined stats for the first season and the second season. It's not that we've played 44 games this season. But again, with that cut line so low, Steve isn't even necessarily safe. Still probably take another 2 fourths and a third, but 22.8 is probably your cut line. That's a scary position. When we move into the game, it is East 1. Dealer has a nice little Pinfu type hand. Not really seeing a Sanshku. We'd love to pull in the 5 Sodora like that. On the right, we see a whole bunch of pairs, but seems much more like a standard Pinfu hand. Across the way, a Hatsu pair. Other than that, pretty standard runs. So I think you just call and go for your Hatsudora on the left. I don't know, Junchan, Chanta,
Home.
maybe an Itsu in either suit. The shapes are honestly terrible.
Yeah, they didn't get the first Hatsu, but they called the second one.
But of course, if you don't call the second one, then it's just you've locked it in as your pair, and you've given up Pinfu as well. So you almost have to.
Yeah, possible Itsu in the dealer hand now.
An interesting situation there for Eric. Could keep the Penchon or the Dora. Keeps the Dora. Of course, if you didn't have Dora Tonki, you're fine with that. Nice little shape upgrade there for Steve. You cut the 3 so you have the option to upgrade to Pin Honitsu or just take the Riichi Dora, potentially Pinfu. Okay, there we have the connection to the Dora across the way for Eric. So that is now Ryanman Headless Ishan 10.
Actually, the dealer has possible 456 Sanchiku. That should be great value.
Yeah, keeps the safe tile now, probably seeing that. Could upgrade to the Ryoncon. Yeah, I think you have to here. Because if you draw the 7, it's still Riichi Pinfu Dora. You're fine with that.
Yeah, especially this late, not a lot of chances to get quite what you want.
Chi.
Yeah, Gimmick thinks this hand's taking too long. Oh, there you go. This will be
Eat.
Riichi Pinfu Dora, possible Sanshoku, but the 7 is dead, so it would be looking for the 4. There is one 4-so on the wall. The thing to be scared of is if you're Huang, that 7-so may come out if you get pushed, like right here. Because you're not going to throw the... Well, I guess you could throw the Dora for Tempai, but that's even more scary. This is such a gut check moment. What do you do? Okay, throws the 2-pin.
Yeah, something I forget sometimes. Just throwing anything near the door can be very dangerous.
Right, because of the shapes here. And especially with an 8 and a 3, the 4-7 looks terrifying, but it's not like anything else is necessarily going to be that much safer. But this is the 8 of Yonken that we have occasionally referred to on stream. If you have two tiles that are 5 apart, cut pretty close to sequentially from each other, then it tends to mean that the inside 4 of those are often the Rionman that it's locking in. And there's the last 4. So unless someone deals in, Steve will not win this hand.
Chi.
You get to keep the dealership at least, though.
Now we see a call for Tempai, also on the same 4-7 so weight. And have 2 players Tempai, and you're gonna have to push the 1, aren't you? Yeah. It was one chance, but it doesn't look that dangerous, all things considered. We have 2 players Tempai and another East 1. Deer has a Chun pair, great shapes here. You'll have to also get a 5-pin Dora. On the right, we have Pinfu shapes. Not great ones, though. If you pull in the 7-mon, it really starts pulling things together. Across the way, we have similarly Pinfu shapes. Interesting throwing the 4-mon right back. There are a lot more options. And, of course, you have that Shaw pair, the Pei pair. I don't really know what the Haku advantage is. And I think the 4 would have been a little more efficient play, but that's fine. On the left, we have Pinfu shapes, but feels really, really slow. Maybe a 5, 6, 7, or 6, 7, 8 Sanshiko eventually. Now a pair up of the Hatsu. Dealer's actually in a really nice Ishan 10. In fact, that's so nice you even call the first tune. The Tuso comes out, expands the shape in Mon. You're kind of seeing everyone getting the situation where a couple more draws and the hands look good, but everything looks to be focused on the dealer's hand right now. We have an Ishan 10 across the way.
홈,
We do see the tune call now, waiting on 5-8 pin. There
Each.
is 1-5, which is the door, and it's
Ooh,
going to come
comes
out right
out.
there. Takes the Ricci Nomi and ends up dealing in to the dealer for 3,200, and that moves us to East 1-2. Steve gets back his dealer Ricci stick from the first hand as well. That is a lot of pairs. I kind of like just cutting 9 so and shifting towards Tanya. I don't like the 7 pin that much. What do you think about this one?
I guess 7 doesn't really help that shape that much, but it still has to deal with the 1 pin, the 7-8 mon for Tanya, so Tanya's not looking that great. Or likely, really.
Okay, well, definitely
홈,
looking towards a standard hand, maybe even a Chitoy now. On the right, we see a Honitsu. Those are great shapes with a Dora, East, North pair, all sorts of value there. That's
홈,
very likely to be Mongon if it finishes. There's the North call. Across the way, see a Hatsu pair and pretty good shapes as well. That's Rian Shanten, but pretty easy to
홈,
call if that Hatsu comes out. And speaking of it, there's Tempai on the right, and this 6-0 in Huang's hand may come out right here. Keeps it for now, but that's just an extra floating tile that just feels very scary unless it's decided to be a cheat toy.
I feel like throwing So into a 3 call So Honitsu would not be great, especially since the 6 is right near the Dora. I guess looking at
Yeah.
the dealer hand, I suppose should have thrown the 7
Sumo.
So actually. Oh, just Sumo this last 6
Just sumo forehead. And that will be the 5,200 sumo there for Max. Doesn't get the East Yaku High, but we'll take that anyway. And we move to East 2. Dealer has a nice little hand here, pretty standard Pinfu shape, maybe a 4, 5, 6 Sanshogu. On the right, a bunch of really good shapes, not much value, though you do have a Dora. So I guess now it's potentially Ricci Pinfu Dora, so that'd be pretty good. Across the way, Hatsu pair, decent shapes elsewhere. Interesting cutting the 9, so I kind of like floating that a little bit more for the Itsu, but just seems to be focused on calling the Hatsu and moving. On the left, we have potentially Ricci, Pinfu, maybe a Peiko with Upper Mon. So that head's pretty good, and a Dora as well.
More fills in the So across the way, probably regretting that 9 So drop.
Yeah.
Honitsu.
Well, yeah, you're definitely going for the Honitsu at this point.
칸,
Gone for flow. Oh my goodness, this is Tempai, but you just Dama. You absolutely Dama. It's just a donkey weight right now. A Ricci is 100% a mistake here. Do not push the button.
I mean, definitely not. With
Yeah.
you just upgrade with 1 more draw for a lot more Han.
each,
And first Tempai is on the right for the earlier mentioned Ricci Pinfu Dora, waiting on 6-9 so. That's Tempai for dealer. Do you go for the Sanshoku? Or do you
each,
just take the Ricci Pinfu?
Sumo.
Takes the Sanshoku away, but there's the Ipatsumo on the right. Ricci, Ipatsu, Sumo, Pinfu, Dora. No aura, even with 2 indicators. It still gets to 10,000, knocks Max under 30K, and pulls Eric into first place. Pretty nice starting hand here. A bunch of pairs, including a Haku pair for Yakuhai, a non-pair. You'd love to turn this into Toy, but the rest of the shapes aren't really pushing you that way. On the right, we have a Hatsu pair. There's the call of the Haku for the dealer.
홈,
A Hatsu pair, and it is called on the right, and that is already Ishan 10 for 2 Dora with that Hatsu. So I think that hand pretty much plays itself across the way. Pretty standard Pinfu shape. You'd love to get the Sanshoku, but you also have 2 Dora you don't want to get rid of. On the left, there's Tempai on the right, waiting on 3-6 so. And we have Max on the left. Probably get rid of some of those Yakuhai first, but it'd be very hard for Huang not to end up winning this hand ultimately.
You notice, yeah.
Don't.
Oh, he did a Karagiri. I know that really made his hand seem less safer, or more safe, but
That makes it look like some more of a pin weight than a so weight. And Eric does deal in for 3,900 and move to East 4. Dealer has a pretty good starting end here. Pretty standard pin fu shapes. You can get rid of that Penchun. You can also add Tanyao. There's a distant 678 Sanshogu, but doesn't look likely. On the right, we see pretty standard pin fu shapes. Maybe now Tanyao with that 8 so Onko. Across the way, we have pretty standard pin fu shapes. I say it all the time, but that's because that's what most hands are. You also have a Chun Dora floater. On the left, we see a whole bunch of pairs. This looks like Chitoi.
yeah, especially throwing at that 5 so.
Well, at 5-1, at least make you consider a normal hand. Interesting draw there for Wong. I think I just cut the 9, but instead cuts the floating 8-mon. Fingers not connected to anything, and a lot of things it connects to don't really help you. But that would have helped. Now we're starting to see the Dora Chunonko pop out, so 2 of those are discarded. Dealer is actually Ishanten here for Tanyao. There's Ishanten on the right for what would be Richinomi. There's another pair now. Ishanten for Chitoi on the left. Cuts the 7 pin, so just going for a more conventional hand, maybe Tanyao. I think I definitely would have gone Chitoi, even though I despise Chitoi. But hey, if you can complete the run the very next draw, great.
Boom.
Yeah, I disagree with keeping those 9, so you could at least have the Tanyao.
And now the 9 so is actually dead. They were deep in the wall, so it was a good wall read. The problem is that they just came out and they're useless to you now. So now you have that 9 so pair that you can't really use. It's going to end up being Ricci, at best Ricci Pinfu, probably Ricci Nomi waiting on 3 so. Admittedly, the 3 so looks pretty safe against that hand. Okay, just cutting all those shapes. Just a little afraid of dealer here as well.
You're not far from
Eats.
Itsu.
Tempai on the right for Ricci Nomi does get into a good shape here, waiting on 3 6 pin.
Just 1 3 1 6 pin left in the wall.
Yeah, so not a great weight, even though it is Rionman. And you see Huang here thinking about it and does a shift. He doesn't actually do anything for the hand, but he doesn't want to throw the 7-mon. Now you push the
Sumo.
Nakazu. There's the 6 pin though. Ricci Sumo. No Oradora, but does get Steve over 30,000 moved in South round.
Yeah, last game was a game of big hands with lots of small hands. And this, all the scores are really tight. It'll all congregate around 30,000.
Yeah, that's what happens when you see when you see sumos from last place. Is it closes the gap like this. You has a really nice starting hand here. Potentially Ricci Pinfu Dora. On the right, we have pretty good starting shapes as well. Potentially Ricci Pinfu Tanyao. Across the way, not as great shapes, but a couple floors, especially when you pull into 3 so and something connected to that 5 pin, would be Ricci, maybe Ricci Pinfu. On the left, I don't know where you're going, Honitsu. I don't think you really can with a 2-3-4 mon. So Ishanten for what will probably be Haku. If you can keep it closed, you can also add Ricci. Now you could even cut the 2 so pair and aim for the Peiko as well. That's what I'd do. The other advantage is if you throw one of the 2s, you can then also accept the 3 or the 4 and go for Sanshoku.
Yeah, already Tempai on the left.
Yeet.
To the 6 7, so 5 8 feels kind of safe.
Dealer is Tempai as well, waiting on the 2-pin 8 so. Of course, you have 3 of those 2-pin in the hand, so it's actually not a very good weight. We see all the 2-pin are out, and 1, 2, 3, 1 8-so left in the wall. And I can't imagine Huang's going to fold to anything except BB Dora. Because there's just no information whatsoever from this pond.
Yeah, might as well just try to shut it down.
The 6 is probably about as scary a tile as you can get, and it just gets pushed anyway. And I believe that is
Yeet.
Tempai on the right. It is Ricci and potentially Tanya if winning on the 6. Is a 6-9 weight, and it's actually pretty good in the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4 left, and there it is.
Wrong.
Ricci no Ordora, but this does get max over 30,000. And we move to South 2. Max will have a dealer turn here, and that hand actually looks pretty good. And yes, it's definitely good. This is a potential Ricci Pinfu Tanyao Sanshuku Dora. You'll take almost anything you can get, but you're seeing so much potential for value. And then you look at the hand on the right and you say, well, maybe dealers isn't the best.
Boom.
East pair, north pair, Hatsu pair, all sorts of options for Honitsu. Almost just selling out for Chanta now based on these shapes. Could take the Ishan 10 for Chanta and will. Across the way, we have a whole bunch of, we have 3 pairs in an Onko, so distant Sun Onko, even potentially Su Onko. Just doesn't feel as fast as the other 2, though. And on the left, pretty standard Pinfu shapes, but similarly just doesn't feel as fast as compared to the dealer here, or Eric on the right.
Yeah, such a pretty hand on the right, but it's just looking like Chanta Nomi.
Yeah, ended up with a
that brings you your pair out.
ooh, great draw with that 6-so there for dealer. Max is now Ishan 10 for Ricci Pinfu Dora Tanyao. Yeah, this is always the problem with Chanta. If the draws don't come the way you expect, you end up in this type of situation.
Especially with the North call, people might be more.
Well, there's Tempai. You would get some extra Fu, but as of right now, it is Chantanomi waiting on Tumon. And the 2 in the dealer's hand are very unlikely to come out. There is one across the way that might, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Or you could just
call
cut the one.
Draken that comes out.
Yeah, or oh, that is Ishan 10 across the way. It may come out right here. Okay, next turn it's going to come out if there's any improvement. In the meantime, we have a Junchan Ishan 10 on the left, also potentially Sanshuku. But there's dealer, takes the Dama waiting on 7-pin for Tanyao Dora.
There's 2 of the 7-pin left on the wall.
Well, there's a call for the Hatsu, so that does increase the value a bit on the right there for Eric. Ooh, and there's Tempai on the left for Junchan Sanshuku, waiting on 7, so we can tell it's now completely dead. But I think you're going to see a Pursuit Ricci. Ooh, and what do you do if you're Gimmick? Yeah, okay, just folds with the 8. That makes sense. Ooh, and you draw a Dora. Can you really throw the Dora into this? No, it just gives up on the hand. There's the 7-pin, and it deals in Ricci Tanyao Dora. No Oradora, but that's a huge swing. That's what Max really needs. Jumps out to a big lead, and Eric falls to 4th place in a really close game.
Yeah, I believe that's like the first big scoring hand in this game.
Well, or in South 2-1, dealer has an East call, also the floating Dora 8-so, and decent shapes, though not great ones. On the right, we have a Haku pair and Kanchan, Penchan, Ryanman. So the blocks are there, but the shapes are not. Across the way, you see a Chun pair, a Dora pair, a Hatsu pair.
Boom.
So you're maybe even thinking anything you can get is fine here, because this is already going to be Mongon, unless you specifically draw the 7 so and 5 so to complete the hand.
Boom.
On the left, we see an Ipeco Ishanten with a Dora as well. These
Yeah.
hands are scary.
Yeah, if you get so Tempai on the 1/4.
Furi 10, Furi 10.
And a lot of the 1-Sos are already out.
Yeah, I think you just realize. And the 3-mon isn't that much better because a bunch of stuff you're going to connect to that is going to be Furi 10 as well. The 1's Furi 10, the 4's Furi 10. The 7, on the other hand, actually is okay. I would have kept the 7 over either of those others. And Max is trying to, and yeah, that's why.
Punish.
Yeah, and Max is trying to upgrade this to a toy, which would be a lot more value, of course. And there's Tempai on the left for Ipeco Dora, Ricci Ipeco Dora, waiting on 7 so. There is 1 left in the wall at this point. And there's a 5. I'm surprised that isn't called in the 2 pushed for Tempai there for Max.
Probably just thinking about all the deal-ins from last game, just playing it safe.
And you see the 3 weight there, which is Suji, but you're not necessarily going to trust it here. We'll see if Max falls for it eventually, because that's where they're locked up. There's 1 Hatsu, but I can't imagine that's ever coming out from Eric.
Still the last Hatsu in the wall, though.
Yeah, 1 Hatsu, 1 7 so.
Sumo.
And it comes out.
There's the Sumo. Wong just completely dominating, and that's going to be a Hanemon on Max's dealer turn. So it takes 6,000. Wong is looking in good position to head towards the league championship. We're only 2 games in, but we're South 3, and that's a pretty strong lead. You're really starting to pull away from the field, so looking pretty good there for Wong.
Yeah, not a lot of time to catch up, and Wong also had the power of being the last dealer, so could rack up even more points in that dealership, or just
Yeah, if the
pass
hand's
it away.
garbage, you pass it and move on. Interesting option, does not call the 4-pin, even with the potential non, because there's no value otherwise. And now Phil's in that Ryoncon. But the big hand here is dealer for potentially, can you get, yeah, Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, Sancho, Gudora. And the hand on the right is a whole bunch of pairs, but the big thing is that non-pair, which can be called for the Yakuhai. Across the way,
Boom.
decent shapes. There's the aforementioned non-call. Across the way, we have not quite an Ishan 10, but a little awkward to use now that I think about it. I guess maybe Tanya, you got the 1-mon pair. Yeah, I'm definitely cutting the 1-mon here. And Tempai on the right, waiting on 1-4 so. Yeah, there goes the first 1-mon. And on the left, we see, ooh, that is a really nice draw with the 6-pin. Is now Ishan 10 for Chun Dora. Oh, there's the 1.
Boom.
It comes right out.
Double south, but you're first get to move the game along.
Yes, and Max is a little concerned now, sitting at 30,700. So any sort of big sumo will knock him under 30,000. But we moved to all last here, and Wong just gets another really solid starting hand here. And Max says, okay, forget this. I'm going Honitsu.
Boom.
Anything I can get to just finish this game over 30K is good enough. On the right, we have a bunch of really ugly shaves. They'd be maybe better if you didn't have hands like we've already seen, but they leave a lot to be desired. As mentioned earlier, across the way, this is now Ishan 10 for Max for probably just Haku Honitsu. Unless you get a con or some other way to add value, that's all it's going to be. On the left, we have an Onko of non, a whole bunch of pairs, probably thinking Toy Toy. Well, not so much anymore. Now it is
C.
Ishanten for just Ricci non. And a call for dealer, Tempai waiting on 5 so.
That is the Dora.
Yeah, but if you're like Max, you have to throw it, don't you? Maybe you could float
maybe.
it by the tune first. Or the 8 pin.
He gets unlucky and draws that. Another coming up at the end of the right. Still two more.
Now
in the wall.
two door on the right, so I think you're just calling for any Tanya you can get if you're Steve. It's going to be very hard to turn this into a Mongon hand, though.
Dealer could have switched the weight to the Sean Pump, but decides not to.
Yeah, really wants this door, and I don't blame him. If there are upgrades to like Sun Anko, then well, okay, this is an easy one. And that 8 so for Steve is just looking terrible now. That will
C.
be a call for Tempai across the way. Yeah. Hell weight on the Shaw. It would be 5,200. You get the extra food because that is the seat wind. Yeah, switches it, seeing that it's still a hell weight. I don't like that one. May have miscounted the number of toad on the board. That's something that's always hard to do quickly. The pay would be 4E10, so you obviously can't take that one.
Sumo.
And there's the sumo for Wong. Oh, the Sanshoku, I completely missed that one. Knocks Max under 30k. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, it's effectively like around 6,000 point loss.
Yes, if Max can't pull this one in. And wow, dealer again. Huang just getting great hands here. 2 Dora. Probably not able to turn this into a Tanyao. Ooh, interesting cut of the 6 bit. I like the 1-2 or the 9-9 here instead.
Actually,
Now,
4 pairs now. Could go for
yeah, 4
Chitoy.
pairs. Almost going for selling out for Chitoy. I think a more conventional hand would be faster here, especially given you can call. But anyway, hard to question Huang when he's gotten these results. On the right, we see a Chun pair, pretty good shapes, a Dora, and maybe distance, 6-7 against Sunshku across the way. The other Chun pair, so good luck with that. And decent shapes as well. On the left, we have possibly Peiko in Mon. And other than that, just pretty standard Pinfu. And now we see Huang finally cut one of those pairs with the 9 Mon going out. See the 4-pin cut there for Max. And Ishanten now for dealer. Would have to cut one of the Dora, though.
The 7 Sozadora.
Oh, 7 those Dora. My bad. I thought that was fun. I am not paying attention. So yeah, you'd be perfectly fine with that. That'd be Ricci Dora. The 1 so looks amazing with that early 2 so cut, though. There's the 9, and oh, that's a really frustrating draw there for Eric. You have all these pairs. You have double potentially Peiko shapes, and it's selling out for the Rion Peiko. I think I would have cut the 8 pin because the 9 pin is completely dead. So I'd want to get out of that shape as much as possible. And if there's one 8 pin out, if you pull the 7 in, you're feeling fine with it.
Each.
There's Tempai for dealer. Pulls in the great 6 Mon and is now Ricci Pin Fudora waiting on 6-9, and it still has 3 in the wall. And this late, that's a
Sumo.
great wait. And there's the Ipatsumo. Oh my goodness, everyone at the table must be fuming now as Huang hits another Ipatsumo and pulls in 13,000 and is just putting a stranglehold on this table.
Yeah, being ahead with that north seat just lets you you can run away. Like everyone has to stop you, but you just keep on going to your dealership.
Wow, look at this. This is Ishanten for Chitoy. You could go Toy Toy Dora 2. This is an amazing hand. On the right, we see a pretty standard Pinfu hand. You do have 2 pairs of 8s, though, if you like to connect that. And across the way, the shapes aren't great. Kanchan, Penchun, Kanchan, Kanchan, floaters. On the left, we see Haku and Chun pairs, maybe a Honitsu, but you do have 3, 5, 7 in 2 suits.
Throw away the 7-mon for the deal, I think. Oh, I would have
There's
thrown away the
Chitoy.
7-pin, but
I mean, I don't reach you this. Yeah, I like the Dom. The 6-mon's a terrible weight. And even if you win, it's 10,200 just like that. There is one cut 3, but with the 2 5s, it actually feels like an okay weight to me. You can't wait on the 8. You're not gonna wait on the Dora indicator. I mean, that's a terrible, terrible option. This is always the type of thing I have to think about on Chitoy is what is the most likely thing to come out. You can start seeing a bunch of these so tiles are likely getting locked into Eric's hand here with that pond.
yeah, I definitely wouldn't reach you. I think I take the 8 over the 6-mon, but you get the 2-mon free upgrade.
Well, the 8 being door indicator means it's very hard to use. It'd really only come out from Eric here.
1
Ricci believing in Sanzo.
Praise
None left.
Sunso, I guess.
None of them are
Really trusting
clean.
it. It's a terrible weight, actually. Because
1
you have to figure Eric has at least one, and it's easy to use for everyone else as well. I don't like this play. We'll see if it pays off. There is one left in the wall. Well, there's the aforementioned 8, and now we have a potential Suji with the 3-so. And the 3-so looks reasonably okay given the early 1 as a Suji. Normally, you're afraid of those 3s because of penchants, but that would be unlikely. Or could see a con on the right. Nope, just throws the 8. Going for the Chinitsu himself. And Eric seems to mostly be folding at this point. We're also Ishanten across the way, but would be Rishinomi. Yeah, okay, now that's a fold.
You definitely don't want to push against Steel Reach, especially with Givik just having all this momentum.
And I like how Eric's was keeping the Haku here. You'd like to use that as your last turn con to potentially prevent the dealer from getting another turn if you have a safe tile, but runs out of options there. Still waiting for that last 3-so.
One more draw. No, it doesn't get it.
No. 3-so did turn out to be a bad weight. The last was dead wall, but I think a little more wall reading on that. And The three so just felt bad for the very start. But regardless, you're sitting at 60,500. Who's to second guess Wong at this point? It is South 4-3. Dealer has pretty standard hand. You have two penchants, though. You'd like to pull in the 3-so and 7-so. Well, there you go. Now this hand looks a lot better all of a sudden. On the right, we have a tone pair, a few other pairs. Now, Dora, probably a Pinfu hand, but it'd be very hard to get it together in time. Across the way, we have a pretty standard Pinfu hand. Maybe pulling that 6-pin Dora, you feel a little better about it. On the left, we have by far the best hand. That is actually Ishan 10 already. But the question for Eric is, how do you get this to second place? Because it's that's definitely what Eric's thinking here is, can I turn this into a Mangan Sumo? Because the 1900 in the middle would be enough.
Yeah, Ron off of anyone else would just barely not be enough.
Senpai, Ricci, Tanya, Dora. Sumo, of course, would do it. I think you have to just smash the button here. You could float the 7 and maybe go for Sunshine, but I think you just hit the button. Yeah, does it. Waiting on the 2 7-pin. There are 3 in the wall because we see 1 7-pin across the way. Dealer is now actually Ishan 10. Could call the non if it comes.
And then you get the beautiful 3-sided weight.
Yeah, you'd love that. Of course, even if you draw the 2-5-8, you still, I think, just hit the button anyway. The 4-pin isn't particularly safe, but it seems like good enough value. Well, there's the 3-pin. The other weight would have been Ricci, Sumo, Dora, but still would have needed more. Look at that ridiculous shape in Mon now. Now draws a Dora and has to think about it for a bit. We'll keep the option open.
It would be Nakasuji, but do you really want to throw that?
Oh, backfire on the Forza there. Yeah, seems to have decided the Dora is not worth throwing. But if you were to do that, I definitely would have thrown the Forso back instead. And I've seen, oh, there's another 2, so there's only 1 out left for Eric in the wall here. And even if he gets the 4,000 from the Tempai payments, that's not going to be enough to get out of last place. Has to actually win the hand here. And that will require most likely pulling in the last 2-pin from the wall.
Yeah, all those 6 on the board will just disappear. They don't get taken by a win.
Ooh, Dora pair. Okay, now I think Kwong starts pushing again. Well, there's the South. It's not completely locked up, so that's probably all for this hand. The question is, can Huang get into Tempai somehow? And of course, there is, as mentioned earlier, that one last 2-pin, which could get Eric out of this position. That's not going to do it, and that's not going to do it. So this will be the final score with Eric getting the 3,000 from the Tempai payments, but paying out the 1,000 for the Ricci, and will be stuck in 4th. But the big winner is Huang again with 51.5, and hasn't completely locked up the league, but sure looks like it now.
Yeah, your closest competitor being in 4th just puts a lot of space.
Yeah, at this point, it's just stay above Jeremy, and you're probably good at this point. Max with a respectable second, but at 23,600 takes a minus 6.4 and is going to be at plus 0.1 overall. You have Steve taking minus 16.6, which is a little rough. but still pretty safe. And you have Eric with the fourth at minus 28.5, and that probably takes him out of contention for the league championship. Of course, two firsts and pull Huang down. There is a chance, but it's looking slimmer and slimmer after two games.
Yeah, those small negative scores, but just chipping away from Max's score could be at risk of demotion. Isn't
Oh yeah,
more
it's absolutely
points?
possible. If Max takes a fourth here, he's probably below the cut line. But we still have two more games, so even if you take a bad game this one, you still have time to come back. And let's see, when is the next game up? Let's see. Okay, it sounds like they're going to take a dinner break after game three. We'll jump over to the B1 in the meantime. But regardless, they will have game three here. And let's see. Okay, sounds like they're taking a restroom break. So we will have at least some break here because they have not started their third game yet, meaning there will be at least 5 minutes. So we're going to take a break. Take care of yourselves. And we're back. We, of course, have the will look to be the championship matches with Huang really starting to pull out. Only 2 games left, and with a 73-point lead on Jeremy, who's finished his games. Eric with an outside chance here, down 100 points with just 2 games left. Seems pretty secure, but the other story here is Max getting close to the cut line, and even Steve isn't necessarily safe now. Of course, as of right now, the cut line is minus 2.8, but that could change as the other demotion table will be playing Sunday. We have the game starting here. Peter has a really nice starting hand here with a Haku, great shapes, a few pairs. He does opponent one Sodora on the right, the other Haku pair, so that's probably not going to come out. A Shaw pair, a bunch of other pairs, maybe even Chanta here. Pretty good. I'd be fine with that. Across the way, a Tone pair and decent shapes elsewhere. And on the left, a much more conventional Pinfu type hand.
Hand on the right doesn't call the West, doesn't want to be maybe not committing to the Chanta or Achizuke and the White Dragon.
Yeah, because that's it. If you call it, you are committing probably to Chanta, not necessarily the Haku, but if you call it, you're probably cutting the 4-pin. And of course, you draw the 5, and you'd feel really silly about it. Great upgrade there on the left for Huang. Now we're starting to see a whole bunch of pairs on the right. Could even go Chi-Toy depending on what happens. You could call the Tuso for Tanya, but I don't like it. I think these shapes are good enough you don't have to. And if you're gonna do it, you cut the 1-3 here. And yeah, okay, so that's what's done. You see the 1, it is pwned. And this will be potentially Otozuke waiting on the Haku. So a bit unfortunate for Eric there.
I think it has to be, especially if that 4-pin can't switch to Toy Toy.
Yeah, because of the discard on the 4 earlier. There's another door, and now you are thinking for a little bit more value. Do you dare cut the 2-3 here? No, throws the door right back. With 1 out, it'd be very hard to use both. And there's Tempai across the way. Ricci Tone waiting on 1 4-pin. Of course, you see 4 of those discarded, but of the other 4, only 1 is a hand, so 3 on the wall. Well, there's one of them. Yeah, and Eric has no incentive to push this, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. It does have that low deal-in rate.
That'd be Tempai on the left. This gets called and the 5 is pushed. It is. Tempai waiting on 2 5-mon for Tanyo only. A little slow on passing that. May actually be sending out a deliberate fake signal to the rest of the players. The 8 is Suji because of the calls. That's something you always have to pay attention to that a lot of people tend to forget, is you're not just 4-ton on the tiles that are in your pawn. There's the Sumo on the right. Or on the left, rather. That'll be 1,100 plus the 1,000 for the Ricci stick. And Huang takes over first place with East 2. Yeah, as I was saying, you have to remember to not only pay attention to the tiles that are discarded in the Ricci pool, but also things that have been called by other people. But we move into East 2. Dealer has a double Yakuhai Tone, a Chundora. It's going to be very hard to use the Chunas and pair up very quickly, though. On the right, we have a Hatsu pair, and honestly, not great shapes other than that. Across from us, we have pretty standard Pinfu, except for the Shaw pair, which is Yakuhai's. So that may just be a call-and-go situation as well. And on the left, there is a distant 789 Sanju just trying to pull it in. There were chances maybe for Junshan, but you have so many of the 2, 3, 7, 8 tiles that it'd be very hard to complete that. So in any situation, especially for Eric, which is how aggressively do you want to play? Because you know you need big firsts. Is this the type of hand you just go Honitsu on? And do we get a stream freeze here?
I think that might be the case, but I think Eric's already qualified for the end of year championship, so he doesn't really need to push. He can
No.
certainly-
It'd be just for right. Yep, there's our signal. It was a disconnect. Okay, not much has happened, so
Yeah, Tuva Dora came out.
ポン
there's the double Yakuhai for Eric. Calls it. It would be Ishan 10 for double tone, Ramen Ramen, or you could get super greedy depending on how you want to play it. Now it is Tempai. Waiting on 2 5 mon for 2,900. If you draw the 8 pin or 5 pin, I think that's when you cut the 4-3 and go for it. Almost anything else, I think you just take the 29.
Yeah, that seems. I think that's what he would do. Well, I personally, if no one else is calling, maybe I'll just get
Probably
greedy
Tempai
anyway.
on the right. Dama's waiting on the 4 pin. There are none of those left, so you have to figure this. They shift to basically anything else. And 9 still looks
Eat.
pretty good. I take this, yeah. Does take the Richi. Richi Chitoi. Waiting on 9, so all 3 are still on the wall. Could see a call for Tempai here. It is safe. I'd do it. And if it doesn't work out, you have the 8-9, which is plenty safe anyway. I think the
thought this already
pause here
came
may be Eric.
Maybe another
Yeah, may also been another disconnect.
crash. Yeah,
Yeah, there it
it's
is.
already Tenpai on 2 5 on, I think.
Okay, there we
Eat.
are. Okay, so we're getting back a bit, it looks like. Did it just crash on Nathaniel's side? Let me check the game myself.
We're getting Tenno's freezing for the players, it looks like. All 4 of them have been stuck at the same screen for a few minutes.
That means someone disconnected then and it's trying to reconnect. We've had this happen before. And it is on the Tenho side, not on our side. Yeah, the
Gee.
game has not progressed beyond that. I'm getting the same thing everyone else is.
Eat.
Still in that limbo.
Yeah, sounds like we're gonna get a voided game unless something else happens. It's just early, the scores are close enough. No one's really feeling sabotaged by this. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I think we're gonna take a quick peek at the B1 because I think these players were likely gonna end up taking a break anyway for dinner.
Eat. Eat.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and I've confirmed it. Plenty. We've had 4 or 5 other people confirm that's what's happening watching the game. So I think we're going to switch over to the B1 match until we hear something from the main table. And here we are. This is, of course, the demotion matches. Let's see. Of course, I know Aaron is CS Blue. Bird Up, I believe, is. Hold on.
スモ
Nice. Urchin from the dealer with title Dora 3.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's the sumo there for on 9 Namer. Pulls in the Tanya Dora 3 as dealer. Pulls a big lead. Over 53,000. Yeah, there's some discussion. A1 group is when they're going to start. These players are Sylveon and Sylvie B. Bird Up is Tristan J. CS Blue is Aaron E. And on 9 Namer is Albert Y. No, this is basically a promotion match in B1. Now, B1 has the interesting situation. They are promoting 8 players, and Sylvie is not eligible as a substitute. So all you need to be is in the
Gee.
top 8 on this graphic, which would, as of right now, be Daniel being the cutoff. And unless you fall below John, who has completed all the games, you are pretty much locked into promotion. We're starting to see some calls here on the right. You have 2 Dora. Now you have the non-Yaku. So the question is, okay, it takes the 357 Ryoncon. Of course, love to pull in a Dorapode.
Kind of a weird Ishanten for the dealer. Doesn't quite have a defined pair.
Yeah, you're headless, but honestly, you're probably going to end up cutting the 3 so if you pull in like 7 pin. Because that would be a 3-sided weight. It's just really awkward you pull in 2 so. Because then you'd just be Tonki floating for anything. Ooh, interesting. Okay, cuts the 6 pin altogether.
Is potential Nobiton of the 5/8 Mon.
Yeah, well now even Tanya, just you could even call this. The 1 doesn't help much though, and of course you throw in a 3 earlier, so you can't really end up waiting on that. And across the way is Ishanten Forichi Pinfu. There's another 5 so on the right for CS Blue, and everyone's just kind of stalemated, waiting for that last draw. There's a 3 so okay, does commit to it, gives up on the possible Ipeco. And that is still headless.
I think that might have been Tenpai, but
No, I don't think that's Tenpai. I'm not seeing it. Well, now it is.
I think it was with the 9 Mon, but it's kind of weird. Maybe just
Well, just afraid to throw anything in lower so, having seen the wave of Tadashi. Just want to throw this 6 so particularly.
yeah.
And there's Tenpai across the way for the aforementioned Richi Pinfu waiting on 3/6 Mon. Of course, you see a whole bunch of those out. 5 in discards and calls and 3 in hand. So that is, there's nothing left. Now we have dealer Tenpai waiting on the 4/7 Mon. And it comes right out.
Yeah, it just takes the Dama to just potentially avoid dealing into that other Ricci.
Let's see, we have pretty good starting hand here for the dealer. A whole bunch of pairs, maybe Peiko in Mon. On the right, we have Pretty standard Pinfu, Tiny Eudora 2. So you'd love to get rid of the 1 and 9 to just call this for the Tanya. Across the way, we have, I believe that is Ishan 10, but not much value except for the Dora. And on the left, we have a pretty wide Rian Shanten with some floating tiles there. Now Ishanten.
The dealer could have switched to maybe Chitoya just 4 pairs, but decides not to.
Backfire on that Tuso discard. We still see the Dama across the way looking for some sort of value upgrade, but I just normally take the Kanchan, even on the Dora into here's a terrible weight, but believing he has some time here. That's Tristan just looking for some sort of upgrade, whether it be the Peiko upgrade or a better shape to add Pinfu. I'd also use the Dora.
And across the way is just Ishanten, isn't it?
Oh, wait, you're right. I was misreading that. Not the first time that's happened today.
He just hasn't gotten any improvement for
That 1-2,
a while.
which is always hard to fill in.
And even if you do get a fill-in, it's not going to be a great weight.
Well, does that even help? What do? You cut the 1-2? Yeah, okay, I can see this. Speaking of weight upgrade, dealer is now Ishan 10
Yeet.
for potentially Richi, Pinfu, Peiko, Dora. On the right, we have Tempai waiting on 3 so for Dora 2. Richi Dora 2. There are 2 of those in the wall still.
Yeah, and being Dora Suji, it's probably not going to come out.
Well, there's your Tempai. Do you Dama this? And you could, especially the 5 just having come out.
Yeah, there are no more 5s, though, but maybe there's a Suji deal in for the 8-mon.
Yeah, it did be. You're talking a pretty terrible weight, all things considered. So I'm kind of 50-50 in this, especially considering I already have a big lead. And yeah, just folding here. Figuring the lead's safe, even if I give up my dealer Tempai with a really good value here, that's perfectly fine. You're going to say all the time, I'm always the one who just go for reaching any time here. But when you have this type of lead, and especially considering your win condition at this table, this is fine. Of course,
Sumo.
there's Hote, and there is! This is like the only thing that could have been the backfire. Richi Sumo, Haite Dora 2, and that is a Mungon. And now you pay out 4,000, which isn't great, but you didn't end up dealing into that and paying out the 8.
It's not terrible. Still have a great lead. Everyone's below 30,000.
Yes, it's East 3. Dealer has the double Yakuhai tone pair. Decent other shapes, but not great ones. On the right, we have potential Itsu and So. Pretty good shapes altogether. Also a Dora 7 So. Across the way, we have a Haku Anko and decent shapes, but 2 Penchons, including an overlapping 5, 6, 8, 9 So not that great. And the hand on the left, in their hand looks like Honitsu or even Chinitsu with all those pin tiles and nothing else. It's only turn 3. Interesting not calling the 3 pin. Maybe just thinking Chinitsu or Chitoitsu or bust with this hand. But I think you had a lot of options. You could have pwned it and kind of isolated that 1 pin so that if you pair it up, it looks really good. You could have cheated and taken some other shapes. Because you don't want this to turn into a regular hand. There's just so much value here. Yeah, throwing the 3-4 now.
Yeah. I guess I had like a similar hand. I didn't feel like pawning that would progress the hand, but
Yeah, here. And there's that 1 pin pair up. You have to call this.
Hump.
You just have to. It's the last one. Dealer is Ishan 10 in the meantime. And now we have an Ishunten on the right for Ricci, Dora, 2, potentially Pinfu. Could even call this 2 so. Well, that's even better. Ricci this.
リーチ
Easy Ricci. Ricci double tone on the 2-5 so. There is only 1 2 so and 1 5 so left. So even though it looks like a great weight, it's not.
Yeah, already half the weights were gone in the pond.
Tristan's going to try and push at least a little bit here.
ポン
Interesting choice there for Sylvie. Does pawn it. I mean, you have to cheat
Gee.
at 7, don't you? Yeah. Brute force to take your Ishunten. That's a really white Ishunten for Chinitsu. If you draw the Chun, you're a little sick, but you still take the Tempai. There's one of the 2 so only 1 out left in the wall now. This could get pushed, though.
The hand's so far away from Tenpai, it's probably just going to be fold.
Yeah, that is the correct decision here. Yep, there's your Chun, of course. Waiting on 3-pin Chun for Bakahon or Chun Honitsu. Tempai across the way, waiting on the 7 so Dora if the 7 mon is pushed. And it is. And there's the sumo on the left for Chun Honitsu. That's going to be a lot of foo. So 5,200, yeah, 5,200 plus the Ricci stick, and extend the lead over 60,000, move to East 4. Deer here has decent shapes, maybe an Ipeco, a floating Dora honor, a Chun pair. On the right, we have decent shapes. You have the overlap 1, 2, 4, 5 mon, both needing the 3 mon to improve the shapes. Across the way, we have a Ryan Khan in pin, maybe a 789 Sanshku, but you also need to find a pair that way. And on the left, we see maybe a 1, 2, 3 Sanshku, but it's going to be very hard to get all that to pull together. We see a 5 mon call on the right. This would only be Tanya, maybe a Toy Toy upgrade eventually, but it just feels like a get the hand over with and move on type play.
ポン
Which is interesting that the player in 4th does this.
You think
Normally, it's the player in 1st or even the player in 2nd or even
Gee.
the dealer.
Yeah, already 3 calls
ロン
with a run from the dealer. Chundora. Chipping away from first place a little bit.
Well, you're not completely giving up on 1st, but you're pretty much giving up on 1st. The question is you get to 2nd and 30K, and even in East 4, that's something you're factoring in, which you wouldn't in a normal situation. But when someone has a 30,000 point lead, it's like, if I get a chance later, great, but I'll focus on the hands I have right now, and if the situation changes, then I'll start playing for 1st. But dealer has an Onko of pay and honestly a whole bunch of terrible shapes. Now you see a tone pair, so now you can just call with the double Yakuhai and the floating Dora non. The problem is that means the tone is Dora indicators. There's only 1 tone left in the entire wall. On the right, we see pretty standard Pinfu,
Gee.
maybe an Ipeco in so, but I believe that is Ishanten. Yeah, it is, but it's an ugly one.
ポン
Across the way, we see Shaw, Haku pairs, and a 9-pin pair. You'd love to turn it into Chanta. Haku Shaw is potential. And on the left, we see a Honitsu with the Hatsu called and a pair of Chun and a floating non-Tonki.
Yeah, already Shanten could get the. They wait on the door. They could get Hanuman.
Yeah, if you draw the 8 or 9. Ooh, Khan?
Oh,
No.
no?
Keeps the Ishanten, thinking there's a whole bunch more value here. Well, the problem is with 2 of those 7 mon out, yep,
Oh, the
there's your
punish.
backfire. That's a little rough, but and we see on the right, Sylvie going for the Honitsu, maybe even the Chinitsu, and now we have Tenpai on the left waiting on 5 mon.
Home.
There's 1 discarded and 1 in the hand, and honestly, it feels like that could come out from Albert even right now. But he is not going to throw it. Now you can't. Yeah, I like this. And you get another door out of it, too. Even better. So that is now Mongon on the left for Aaron, waiting on 5, 8 mon. And that's really good in the wall. 5 left at this point is an amazing rate. Ooh, and dealer now, Toy, double tone, waiting on 2 mon, 5 so. Sumo would be Sananko, but has to wait on the 2 mon. The 5 so are both discarded, and the 2 mon's probably not coming out.
Yeah, and even if they get a weight upgrade, it would be Furry 10. The 4 so and the 3 mon.
You'd be losing so much value. You're just going for it. Of course,
Yeah.
Sumo would also be Sananko, so that's something to consider as well. Is that Tenpai on the right? I think it is waiting on the 5 so as well. It'd be hard to see. Let's see. Not quite. I believe that's still no 10.
Sumo.
There's the Sumo on the left for Aaron. Hatsu, Honitsu, Dora, Mongon, and also knocks Tristan down 4,000 with that Sumo. And we move to South 1. He has a great starting end here. Chanta, Honitsu, Chun, Haku. You just
And
call and
Dora.
go here. And Adora, yeah, for sure. So that's what, Hanemon right there, if you can get it all.
Maybe close, but
Let's see. Chanta, Honitsu, Dora, Chun, Haku.
Home.
Yeah, that'd be Hanemon. But it means you can't get the Shaw here. You'd have to pull in the non.
Home.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Tenpai.
3 more
Wow.
Sanso.
Sunso, 3 left as mentioned. The rest of the hands, is there anything really to talk about on them? I don't switch the weight here. I assume I agree with that for sure. Because there's just such a value difference.
Yeah, no one really has the speed to really stop this, it feels like. Or any sort of value. Some people have like Dora, but it's unfinished shapes.
Yeah. The hand on the left is pretty close. It's actually Ishan 10. If you draw the 3 mon, I think you're just reaching anyway, even as scary as the dealer may end up being.
I mean, if you draw a green dragon, you just kind of force to hold it as well.
Yeah, that's the other scary thing. There's 1 out. If there were 2 out, you just brute force and say forget it. Oh, yeah, bit unfortunate. Could call the Shaw and wait on the 1 so, but I think that'd be a
Home.
mistake because it would show the 2 coming out.
Yeah.
Goes from what would have been a 3 out wait to a 1 out wait. And again, giving the information to the table with that late 2 so, especially having cut 1 earlier, everyone should be thinking, wait a second, why did that happen? Tenpai now on the... Oh, doesn't take it. Could have taken the Ricci 8 so for Dora Tonki. Speaking of Dora, another one's drawn across the way there by Aaron, but I think he's just cutting the 7 pin or anything in pin at this point. But again, because of that late 2 so, everyone thinks this should be a low so weighted. They'd be correct.
Right, or just any so really. Oh, there's the Sanso.
Oh, there's the 3 so.
Wouldn't have drawn it, I think.
Right, because
the
of the call
palm.
interruption, but you might have seen it get pushed here. Unlikely, though. Again, giving that extra information to the 2 so is really important. Even in B1, they should be paying attention to that.
Yeah, having a third call.
Come.
Oh, the con? Oh, no Rinshan. Yeah, having that third call for no value gain or really any gain really. Just sets you back, makes your hand scarier looking.
Yeah, it says, okay, that's enough drawing the Hatsu here.
Come.
Oh, another
No.
con? Oh, not the they
The
switched
wrong
the weight.
end. That's a little rough.
Yep,
Still
nope.
have that
Yeah.
last one, so was locked in the wall somewhere. But Sylvie will pick up at least the 3,000 as a consolation prize.
Would that
And
have
his
been
Roar with a pretty good starting
Rinchan
hand here,
Haite?
too.
I don't know if you can
Yeah,
get both.
let's see. I don't know if you can get both. I don't think you actually can. I'd have to look that up, though. Regardless, Tia here has a Dora, a Hatsu, maybe even a Sanchoku or Chanta. On the right, we have pretty standard Pinfu. The 1-2 is really obnoxious, though, with a 3-so Dora indicator, because not only is the 3-so going to be used by everyone, there's already one visible and hard to use. Across the way, we have pretty standard Pinfu, maybe 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku. We see those shapes very nicely lining up. On the left, we see an Onko of 5-pin, and I think you're just looking to call the pay and get out of this hand. We do see the Hatsu called there for dealer is now Ishan 10. Probably won't be able to get the Chanta out of this, but with the Dora, that's perfectly fine. And there it is, Tempai waiting on 3-6-so for Hatsu Dora.
Not a lot of those left in the wall. I guess just
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 left isn't that bad. It's annoying this early for there only to be 3, but I've taken much worse ways to the situation.
yeah. Only one call, so someone might push it, but it is,
Yeah,
adjacent.
it'd have to come out from Tristan at this point. It's entirely possible because that's a hand that feels worth pushing, especially now. And I talked about that 80 Yonken earlier, and this is another situation. A 7 and a 2 making the 6 and 3 very dangerous.
And it does come out for Hatsudora.
Now move to South 1. Dealer has a nice little starting hand here, a bunch of pairs. I guess not that nice now I look at it. You have the Penchant, you have too many pairs. Yeah, I don't like this in second thought. On the right, we see pretty standard Pinfu hand. You're on pulling that Tumon. Not really seeing extra value here. Across the way, similarly pretty bad shapes, maybe a 1, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku. And on the left, a Pei pair, which is Yakuhai, and a Dora Haku. But it'd be hard to use that. When you have shapes like that 1, 2, 4, 8, 9 in Mon, you just look at it really. We have Ishan 10 for Chitoi for dealer.
Boom.
Yeah, you could switch Nolan of that 5-pin, but kind of have it.
Yeah, I agree with throwing it back. It just feels really bad.
Yeah, lots of terminal pairs, so just be really hard to switch Nolan.
The only real upgrade to this hand for a regular hand would be an 8-pin draw, and you need 2 of them with one of them already discarded. Sees 1 3-pin out and gets rid of that. Has you sold out on Chito, which again, I think that's the right play here. Now gets a Dora, and you're absolutely thrilled with that draw. Now you probably cut the 2 or the 4 so.
Come.
There's a Con, adds the 8 mana Zadora, which no one has any of. And there's Tempai for dealer waiting on Rikichitoi Dora 2, waiting on that live Haku. We see 2 in hand, so 1 in the wall. I really don't think Tristan can push it, though. The issue is nothing in the hand's going to be safe, so you just fold with the so tiles at this point.
Yeah, folds the 4-so pair.
The 7s and 8 are going to be reasonably safe as well, so I guess you do have some safety here. You know you can't throw the Dora here. Like, this could just as easily be a Mon closed to an Itsu hand, given that pond. Interesting push with the 6-pin across the way there for Aaron. Seems to be dreaming of Chitoy as well. We do see the new 8 Mondora throne. It is Suji, and there are, what, 1, 2, 3 out. So, yeah, that's fine. The only way that could deal in is a 7-9 Kanchan, and that would be the Hell White on the door if you'd taken it. That's a very aggressive push, but I like it. This is Tempai on the right, waiting on the 4E10 2-pin for Ipeko. And what you're generally trying to do with a hand like this is turn it into, yeah, either a regular hand or even a Sananko if you pull in maybe the 9-pin. The issue is the 3s were already dead at this point.
Yep. Try the 2 instead of the 3s. Could add Sananko potential there.
Yeah. Could also have taken the Ricci on the 3-so 9-pin Shampone, but decided not to. Threw the 3 instead of taking the 1, 2, 3 shape there. Now we are just going to end up with 1-player Tempai, which is what you would expect.
Yeah. That last door never came out from the wall.
Yeah, a 3,000 points, net 2,000. We have another South 1. Dealer has a mediocre starting hand. The shapes look to be there, or the blocks look to be there, but the shapes really aren't. You have the 7-pin Dora as well. On the right, we have similarly a bunch of awkward shapes. You see the blocks, but the shapes aren't great. You have the floating 7-pin Dora. Across the way, we have a whole bunch of tiles in pin, maybe Honitsu there. Maybe Itsu. I think Itsu feels like a pretty good play. Only needing the 6 and the 7-pin to complete that. And you already have your built-in pair with the extra 2-pin there. On the left, we have a few pairs, Adora. I don't know, do you have Brute Force and Call for Tanya?
Maybe a few too many terminals to really brute force Tanya. But Dio's hand has been improving. Filling in some shapes, getting some Ryanman.
Well, now Ishan 10 already. You'd love to pull in the 6, 7, 8 Sanshku, but that would require connecting to one of the 4s first. Certainly possible, though.
You get 3 Mon, you just throw away the 9.
Exactly. If you draw 3-pin, you throw away the 4 and 9, because then your shapes have improved. Similarly, if you draw the 5-pin, your shapes improved. You're cutting the 4 and 9 Mon.
Boom.
The 7's just an ugly tile to draw, especially given it's Dora. Yeah, I think the 4 is the way to go with this, but it's very frustrating. We see on the left, it was just a call for the Tanya with 1 Dora. You do have a whole bunch of pairs, though, you need to fill up. There's your Tempai. Do you take it? Trichi Dora, you normally would. There's so much value. It's a question of how greedy do you feel?
Only one of the weights are in the pawn right now, but it's middle tile. Going for the
Super
greed.
greedy. Okay, taking the aggressive play for potentially Ricci, Pinfu, Ipeko, Sanshuku, Dora 2 here.
Chi.
Boom.
Tempai, no, yeah, Tempai on the left waiting on 2-5 Mon. And across the way, calling for presumably that open Itsudora. Well, that 4-pin kind of shuts the hand down.
Just
There's the
one
9.
2
Do
mon
you
left at
just
the wall.
jam it? Okay, still sticking with the plan here. Doesn't want to throw the door under any circumstances. That's the other thing. You could call this, but that's even better. You could Dama if you want. This is still waiting on that save 5 mon, but this is Sanchoku Dora. And we know the 5 mon is completely dead. Oh, I
Reach.
definitely reach either. Yeah, I like this a lot. Wait on that 1-pin Suji.
Yeah, plenty of this late, plenty of safe tiles to throw though.
You're trying to tempt out someone to be greedy. I do like this reach. You're potentially giving up that one. See, you've already made your net back because you saw a fold on the left. Okay, well that'll get someone back to Tempai. So by throwing the Ritu stick in, blue was going to make Tempai anyway. You did chase Tristan off, so it ended up costing you 500 for a chance to bait out the 1-pin. So I really like that play. Dealer now has a whole bunch of pairs, including a tone pair for Yakuhai. Looking for a way to move to Toy Toy on the right. We see a few pairs, decent shapes, Dora, pretty standard hand. Across the way, we see similarly not great shapes. You have 2 Ryamen and a couple pairs. On the left, we see a pair of pay, so you're just probably calling and just going, especially given the 3,200 in the middle, which everyone is after right now.
Yeah, might need or might want some more value being in last though, but I think for these players, you'd have to get knocked down a lot to get out of promotion range.
Well, they still have 3 games left, so you're not necessarily only thinking about this game, you're thinking about all the others. Now,
Right.
Tristan doesn't have any incentive to get involved in anything because Tristan's safe, barring a complete collapse. Albert and Aaron, on the other hand, are playing for their lives. They have a good advantage here, but either could easily end up being demoted.
The dealer is Chitoi Shanten. Might go for Toy Toy
Boom.
with 2 Yakuai
Yeah,
there.
I like calling this one. You have an easy Mungon if the Tone and Hatsu come out. It's really unfortunate that the Tone are locked up across the way because you can't expect that to be the situation.
Right. Especially with the 9 pawn. They look a little more suspicious to drop.
Interesting on the right, Albert throws the 9 mon. I definitely would have cut the 1-pin instead. Lock in that Doris shape and even give yourself a potential for an Itsu.
It's maybe setting up a Suji later if they get the 5-pin for 1 west weight.
Ooh, okay. Well, this is when you feel bad about calling, when you have all these pairs and nothing to use them on.
Yeah, and some of them are not likely to come out, especially the 5s.
Yeah, the 5s and the 3s are unlikely to come out at this point. At this point, anyway. You were hoping you would have gotten more help earlier, but it just didn't happen. We have a Tempai across the way, Ricci for Ricci Dora waiting on 3-6 mon. And there's one of those 3s. Actually, is this weight completely dead? It is. Well, obviously not if there's still a 6. I think that was the last 6, though. 6, 6, 6, 6. Yeah, that's the last weight. So very likely will be just Aaron and Tempai when this hand is over.
Yeah, gonna be lots of 6 on the board next round though. It should be
Oh yeah, you expect a
4,500.
mad scramble. That's going to be entertaining. Oh, a 5 makes you feel a little greedy. Pushes the 5, which is Nakasuji, so that makes sense. But if you call for Tempai, I'd take it and throw the 1. Oh no.
That's
You,
that wouldn't
that
be
is Tempai. As oh my goodness. Though I definitely throw the 1 here. Yeah, it does. Get to the Tempai. Discipline passing on the 2-mon there. And rewarded with the 1,500 points as opposed to the DLN. Solid play there by Sylvie.
I'm not 100%. I don't think that Chi would have been Tenpai.
Yeah, it would have. You would have had to throw the 3 or the 6, and you got a 3, 5. Wait. Oh, wait. No, you're right. You need your pair somewhere. But Royals move to South 1 5, and the rest of the players go, really? But Sylvie starts the Chun call and gets rid of the door immediately. Figures the values in the middle, I don't need anything other than better shapes. We see the non come out, it gets called across the way. On the right, we see a pretty standard Pinfu hand. You need to pull in the 7 so, and there's also a potential Sanshoku there. Across the way, we see the non called as mentioned earlier.
Pom.
Decent shapes as well, but you need to pull the 5 and 7 pin on the left. A pawn of the Haku. You'd love to go Honitsu, but honestly, you're going to take anything. Also, a Toy Toy option.
Chi.
Yeah, Toy Toy Haku is definitely good enough.
Dealer is Ishan 10 still. Oh, I don't like that call, though.
That,
I think that moves the hand way back in shape and value. But yeah, this, of course, you do call.
Chi.
Yeah, would have been Tenpai on the
Pom.
6 pin if they kept 5 and 7.
Well, Tempai now probably on the 3 so Tonki. With the Anko of 1 Mon.
Yeah, only 1 left in the wall, but maybe it comes out from the right. Doesn't.
Well, you're just
quite
looking to
hit.
shift anything. You can even shift right here would be a good time. Because the 8 looks so good in the wall here, given the 7 pin cut and call.
Maybe, but they might just be believing in Sanzo as well. Or the
Yeah, maybe go for the mean value here. On the left, we have
Toy.
Tempai. How greedy do you want to be? Not that greedy. 3-sided weight, or the 2 pin is also Toy Toy.
Pom.
Uh-oh, and that 7 so is kind of floating out. It feels like it's going to come out.
Yeah, especially if I was 6 on the board, might come out right here. Not yet.
There's the sumo on the
Sumo.
left, though. You have to take it. I mean, there's so much in the middle.
Yeah.
A nice little 1 Han sumo non-dealer for 6,000.
Sadly, still in last, but in striking range with a Mongon to get out of there.
Let's close the gap. And this is still Tristan, who is in by far the best position of the ship. Well, I guess other than Sylvia, who doesn't have to worry about it at all. But of the 3 players competing for the promotion, Tristan certainly in a safe position. But we move to South 2. Dealer has, great draw there. Is already Ishan 10 now. Could even call the East and just go for the 1 Han. Or if you get the
Boom.
4-7 so draw, you'd have an amazing weight. But there's the East call. Waiting on 4-7 for just the 1 Han. If you see the North, you call it and maybe hope to shift to Chanta. I would.
I mean, it's just 1 extra Han.
Well, even so, you're also upgrading your shape to a 6-9 as opposed to a 4-7, which is a huge upgrade. But then you'd have to see what happens later. Of course, you draw a door. Do you go door a Tonka? There are all sorts of options here. But anyway, continuing around the table as normal. Pretty nice shapes. Maybe a 7 and Sanchiku on the right. Across the way, shapes don't look that great. You have all those extra floaters in pin. And on the left, that is the Peiko lock-in. You going Chitoy or with the regular hand, takes the Chitoy.
Gong.
And there's the Forso, comes out for dealer to win the 1,500 points. I move to South 2-1. And we just got an update from the A1 table. Sounds like they will be starting at the top of the hour. So we will probably finish this game and then take a break. But it is South 2-1. Dealer has already Ishan 10 here. For Ricci, potentially Pinfu, potentially Peiko. On the right, we see the call of Haku, an Anko of 9-so, but really no value. Across the way, we see the Shaw pair, which is Yakuhai, maybe a 6-7-8 Sanjuku. On the left, we see a pair of East, a pair of South Wind, which is Yakuhai and the Dora, and looking towards a Honitsu in a big hand. Ooh, I chi this.
Chi.
Yeah, I really like that play.
リーチ
Yeah, it's a
But
lot
dealers
of
Dealers now Tempai, Ricci Nomi waiting on the 7 mon.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a
And-
bad tile to throw that 5 on.
Yeah. Oh, Tempai now on the left, waiting on 3-pin non, and the 3-pin is dead, but you can't figure the South is coming out from anyone other than dealer or the wall.
Yeah, just one more of those. Door in the wall.
As opposed to the 7 mon where all 4 are still on the wall. So you would expect Albert to win this hand. And there's one of them.
Don't.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but definitely worth pushing that hand. At least only Ricci Nomi.
I mean, of course, it's definitely worth pushing. It's Hanemon. And if you deal into 2,300, you're like, okay. But dealer here has Pinfu, Ipeiko, so decent value here, especially dealer on the right. Those are kind of some ugly shapes in pin. A whole bunch of tiles, but ugly shapes with a 1, 2, 2, 4, 8, 9, 9. Hard to make any good runs out of those. Across the way, we see, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 Sanjuku, maybe Chanta options. You also have that 6-pin you have to get rid of, though. On the left, we have maybe Itsu in pin, but that's a long way off. Honestly, I don't like these shapes either. That 2-pin helps a lot.
Dealer's Chitoy shot. Oh, throws a Dora out there. Man, I'm not seeing that. Oh, and the punish.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, the 1-so weight here would be really good. Now you're definitely kind of 6 here, and I have a potential 2, 3, 4 Sanjuku shape. But it's really unfortunate not seeing the Chitoy there.
And not just a Chitoy, the Dora as well.
Yeah, and there's
Oh,
now perfect Ishan 10 for potentially Ricci Pinfu Sanjuku. I believe that is Ishan 10 on the right as well, for what would likely be Ricci Nomi. Of course, if you pull in the 7-pin, it would be Ricci Pinfu.
right.
Who do you con? I'd con.
Con.
There's the con for flow. Adds a 9, so as a Dora, which was sitting in the hand already, but doesn't really fit anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, you just
Not right
Ricci
there.
this. Especially
Ricci.
having cut the 8, so it's not like you do anything with the 9, so anyway. There's going to be a pursuit, absolutely. You smash that Ricci button in a second. I strongly disagree with the Dama here. Of course, imagine that Korak whining about people not hitting a Ricci button.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. It's folding actually.
Holding, okay. That would
They're
be
in
the
first
reasoning
place.
behind it. Yeah, in first place, feeling pretty good. Could, of course, deal into something expensive here, but I think you're leaving points on the table. There's a 1-mon drawn on the right. Will it get pushed? Nope. Throws the 2-pin for now.
Although I guess
I guess with the 5-pin con, the 4 felt safe enough.
Oh, I think you Ricci and deal in here. I don't see a way around this one.
リーチ
Of Richinomi?
ロン
It's Pinfu. And Adora. But does end up dealing into the Ricci with an Oradora is 3,200, removed to South 3. Dealer has, I don't know, Tanya shapes. You'd love to pull in the 5 Mondora twice to get this hand together. Other than that, you have a Kanchan 1-3, so you'd like to fix. On the right, we have pretty standard Pinfu hand, maybe Itsu in So, but much more likely to just be the 678 Sanshoku, which is kind of developing, but you will need a pair elsewhere if you're going to use that because the 6-mon pair is your current head. Across the way, we have decent shapes, but
チ
I take it back. Not great shapes. You have the 2-2-3-3, which feels good, except you also have that Penchan to get rid of, and you have a Kanchan that's kind of near Dora. So not as good as it looked initially. On the left, we have the Pei pair, which is the Yakuhai, a floating Dora, and now looks pretty good. Ishanten for Ricci Pei. You'd love to connect some to that Dora, though. It's a bit frustrating that you'd have to cut it. But honestly, with that score, you wouldn't mind it that much. I think you'd smash the button.
チ
Instead, Damas again. And we see the
Boom.
Friso come out for dealer. This will be Tanya Dora.
Yeah, potentially the Sanshoku upgrade. If they pull in another Dora.
リーチ
Tenpai on the right, reaching on the 4-pin 6-mon Ricci Nomi. It's kind of ugly, honestly. And there's the fold from Albert on the left.
At least
Dealer's probably also folding. Oh, and backed into Tenpai now, waiting on the Yumbutsu 1-4-mon.
Sumo
But there's the Sumo on the right, Ricci Sumo. No Oradora, but does pick up 3,000, close the gap a little bit, and is 800 behind in South 4. Here has a pretty nice Ricci Pinfu Dora hand. The Dora's a floater. Now you're even thinking Sanshku. Do you cut the 5-so here? Now, regardless, goes and cuts the... Oh, that hurts. On the right, we have a Pinfu type hand, also a Dora floater, potentially Ricci Pinfu Dora. Not really seeing a Sanshku, but you'd love to pull in the 2-so. Across the way, we see decent shapes, but going to be hard to pull them together. You have Kanchan, Ryanmen, Ryankan, and those 2 pairs, you're going to end up having to cut one, so it feels fairly awkward. On the left, we see a potential 789 Sanshku, but it seems a long way away, so the shapes honestly aren't great.
Yeah, all last here. Everyone else below, but first place below 30k. So you really want to get a Mongun in, so you get about Hanuman plus value from the Uma.
Yeah, it'd be huge to get all that upgrade. Ooh, interesting. Now we have dealer is Ishanten for either Ricci Nomi or even potentially Ricci Dora 2. You wouldn't even necessarily want the 5-sided weight here because it is Furiten. I believe that is Ishanten on the left here. Yes, it would. Needs the 3, the 4, the 5, or the 9-mon, and then the 7. Oh, great draw there. Dealer Ricci Dora 2 waiting on 4, 7-mon. And look at all those in the hand of Albert. We see 1 discarded, 4 in hand, 1 in the hand for Sylvie, so 2 left in the wall altogether. That's just the absolutely perfect draw. Increases the value, locks in the good weight, and you're not 40-10.
Yeah. We get half the Suji, but I don't know. I sometimes trust half Suji, but I really shouldn't.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Does that
Sumo.
achieve the deal with Rishi Sumo Door 2?
Yeah, that's Mongon and over 30k. That's a huge hand. And again, Tristan doesn't necessarily need the points, but it does hurt, especially Aaron here. It's going to end up taking a big fourth unless he can pull something together. Here has Yakuai pairs of the Non and Hatsu, also a floating Dora. On the right, we have decent shades, a whole bunch of extra
Boom.
honors you need to get rid of, though. And see the pay come out and called by the North player on the left. Similarly, the 6-mon is called. So one Dora locked in for Tristan. Across the way, we have Richi, Pinfui, Peiko, Tanya, Dora. So
Boom.
that could be a monster. On left, we see, it looks to be the Honitsu now, especially now.
Chi.
Yeah, I agree with the Chi there.
Boom.
You'll have to be able to pair up one of those. And Tempai now across the way for Tanya Dora would need the 4 or 7. Could finish the hand on the 1, but you can't win on it, so it would be Furi 10.
Boom.
And there's finally one of those Yakuhai called for Tristan. Been wondering where they were. Well, they're both locked up in Sylvie's hand.
Boom.
There's the last one. Dio now Tempai for non-Hatsudora. Waiting on the 5 so. There is one left in the wall.
You know, I would have liked waiting for Sanzo there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like the 5 that much either.
Boom.
It's
Okay, well, this
Boom.
is the thinking. Going for the Honitsu now. But you kind of expose yourself because that Honitsu in So is pretty scary now. It would only be 30 to 100, but that's enough to knock you under 30k, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really need those points too much. Pretty safe.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the 1, and now we'll be stuck 4e10 for the rest of the hand. Until that shape is changed somehow. We've seen both the 5-pin come out, so it'd have to be another pair. Ooh.
Doesn't switch to the.
Interesting. I definitely would have switched there.
Richi.
Yeah, I mean, you have one tile. You might as well.
On the right, we have Richi for Richi, Tanya, Dora, waiting on 4-7-mon. A sumo here would not be enough to get to 30k, but could steal second.
Sumo.
Oh, okay. Well, that shows us what we know about this. Nice little sumo there for the dealer. 2,600 all and that Richi stick, and Tristan jumps way out close to first place.
I guess the value, you lose the value from the Hinitsu, but they'd never expect the pin to deal in, so it's
Yeah, that's the
fair
thinking
enough.
there. Well, the 6-mon was going to be a pretty bad weight altogether, regardless. When we move on to South 4-2, dealer has an Anko of the Shah, fills in that 7 so Kanchan really nicely, and that hand's already looking really good. Not much value, though, yet. On the right, we have the double non-pair, so you may just call and go. 30,000 doesn't seem realistic at this point. It would be a Hanemon Sumo as the only way out. Across the way, we have 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, Tanyao, Dora. So pretty good starting hand there. And on the left, we have a Dora, decent shapes, but you have double Kanchan and the overlap on Ryaman and Mon.
TMB. That's Tenpai.
Dealer's Tempai. Do you dare take it? Damas instead. I think if you're going to do that, you cut the 2-pin, because that way you can upgrade to a Peiko. See, there's a 3, and you can't win on it. The issue here is with the 7 is having 2 6-0 discard. It's going to be very hard to use. And there's another one. And You're looking at it going, really? So now 2 outs left in the wall. Would only have been Richie Nomi. But in the meantime, giving other people a chance to come back and build hands. There's a non. I think you have to
Home.
call that, don't you? Yeah. Could cut the 4-6 and go for the Itsu possibility.
Sadly, already discarded Mons, so
Each.
Hamitsu kind of far away.
We have Tempai across the way, a 3-sided wait on 147. Ooh, there's Tempai for dealer waiting on the 2 Mandama. Across the way for Richie Pin Fudora. Oh, and deals into the dealer, but there's no Richie, so no Yaku again. 3 times someone has dealt into the dealer.
Wrong.
And instead, there goes the 1-so dealing into the Richie. Richie Pin Fudora. No Oradora, but that's going to hit Aaron hard.
Yeah, that's going to be a minus 30. Another game like that could be in, well, not promotion range.
Now, the cutoff line is you just have to stay above John, but you see Aaron with these updated standings at -3, so not safe by any stretch. But the big winner here is Albert getting out of the danger zone, and even with 2 forces, pretty much safe here, unless they're disastrous force. Tristan with some big wins towards the end, ends up with a net positive 16.8, moves up and is now pretty much completely safe. Sylvie takes a rough third with -17.5. And as mentioned earlier, Aaron with a big -34.7 and is now in a little bit of danger of not promoting. Just needs to stay above that -19.9.
Yeah, I don't remember when we got into that game, but that was actually a fairly long one. It's about like 20 hands in that.
That was a long game. Uh, as mentioned earlier, the A1, because they're going to take a dinner break anyway, they just went ahead and moved theirs up. They are going to be starting again at the top of the hour, so we didn't really see a reason to jump into the next B1 game. We're just going to go on a break and see you guys in 20 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry for the 10-ho difficulties. Not much we can do about it, but the whole game crashed. We spoke with league administration. Everything's been cleared up. Everyone agreed to just void the game. It's not like anyone was way behind or way ahead. It was early enough that we just agreed that the game didn't count. So sorry for all that, but again, not anything we can necessarily control. For us, the big storylines here, of course, Huang taking two huge firsts over the rest of the table and the rest of the league. Jeremy was hoping to maybe sneak into that championship game, especially if Eric ended up winning this table. But it looks like Huang was very likely ended up winning the league. We still have 2 games left. The emerging story here is, will Max be able to stay above demotion line? This is something that everyone outside of the top 4 or 5 people have been struggling with the whole time. You have June with that minus 406.4 and Jonathan, whose scores didn't count. That means that the second lowest score in the league right now is Cause at minus 56. So the cut line as of right now is Lucas at that minus 22.8. In order to jump past Lucas, that only gets you to 12. You have to actually pass Dustin. Of course, there is one more set of games for those players at that second relegation table with Bishan, Oliver, Cause, and Jonathan. But regardless, no one, unless you're probably above Dustin, are you necessarily safe? And of course, I am joined by Dustin. So how are you feeling about all this?
Well, I'm kind of like I'm at like you said I'm at the edge of demotion, but it's fairly safe. Doesn't feel safe, but technically it's safe. But even Steve is like the top four for this last set of games. He might even be in demotion range as well if he takes another bad fourth and
He's
another
had
bad
some
last game.
terrible luck
Pump.
here and sitting only at plus 26.1, probably safe, but again, similarly could drop. And we have the game starting here. So welcome back. Dealer has, I don't know, Pinfu, maybe Tanyao, and a floating door on there. We see the tone call, and actually already Ishan 10 will need the 7-mon and 4-so for tone only. Across the way for a max, we have also in Ishan 10. We like to pull in that 4-pin for Ricci Pinfu Dora, and on the left, we see a bunch of pairs, or I guess 2 pairs in Pin, and Ryan Shan 10 would like to upgrade this to Ricci Pinfu Dora. And Huang pulls in the 7-so upgrades, the shape in so to a Ryankan. Dealer here now has 4 Formon. Could even con this, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It's such
He is
a
actually Ishan 10. Would actually like to use one of the 4s in the hand. If you connect to the 3 or the 6, you're already temp by for Ichidora.
yeah, it's kind of an awkward shaped read. Oh, he pulls in a Dora pair.
And just locks it in right away. I mean, you
Gee.
have to call this if you're Huang, and he does. Question is, which of these terrible shapes you get rid of? There is one 7-1 out, so go ahead and cut the penchant off. Now as a Ryankan and Ryanman for Ishan 10. Oh, I hadn't noticed, but across the way is still Ishan 10 would need the 4-pin for even potentially Ricci Pinfu Tanyao Dora. You
Not
see
sure.
Ishan 10 on the left as well. I think everyone at the
Con.
table is Ishan 10 right now. You see a
Con.
Con. Yeah, adds the Chun as an extra Dora, but that's not going to affect anyone unless one of these 2 hands, which is closed, gets Uradora.
Yeah, earlier the dealer could have cheated the 3-mon, went for open Tanyo. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Could
you would have
have
been
done
using
that,
up.
but
I don't really like it. You have 2. Oh, okay, here you go. Easy Ricci on the 2.
Each.
Is Ricci Dora 3 waiting on 3-6. The 3 is almost dead. You see 4 of the outs in the pond, 1 in hand. So that means 3 left in the wall. Now, if you told me at this situation where I see 4 of them, there are 3 in the wall, I'd be thrilled with it.
yeah, I mean, manga on hand, decent looking weight for the dealer. Definitely take it.
Good call
Gee.
for Tempai here on the right, and Will waiting on 3
Gee.
6-pin. Of course, the 3's dead, and there's only 1 6. Tempai across the way now for Tanya will be waiting on the 4-pin. Can you really throw the 7 to this? It's a terrifying draw. I think I'd cut 4, so okay, cuts the 5 mon, which is Nakasuji.
It was previously dropped by the player to the right, so it was Genbutsu as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. My mistake. And will not be Tempai. We'll have the 2 players, Tempai, Dealer, and off to the right. So Steve and Huang get 1,500. Of course, Steve had to put 1,000 to the table, but we have East 1-1. Starts with a Hatsu pair and a floating Hakudora. Other than that, decent shapes, but not great with the 1, 2, 4, 6 mon. On the right, we have a whole bunch of pairs. We like to pull in the Peiko with the couple 4 pins. Across the way, we have a pretty standard Pinfu hand that is actually a really wide Rian Shunten. And on the left, we have decent shapes, great shapes in Mon. Other than that, though, not much. A whole bunch of extra floating otters, including one of those Hakudora. And honestly, the Hakudora is really rough because you have 3 people that have 1, so everyone's kind of in a stalemate on it. Ooh, now working towards Chitoy maybe for Dealer. With that 4th carry, you at least have to keep it open as an option. And now Ishanten across the way for potentially Richie Pinfu.
They left looking maybe they want Mon Honitsu shift, but maybe not. The honors are not paired up yet.
Yeah, it
Yeet.
does
Under
feel so.
dead.
Tempai across the way for Richie Pinfu waiting on 5 8, so there are 4 left in the wall. And so many pairs is actually Ishanten for Chitoy, and we'll push the 6-pin for now. Throws the 6 mon. Seems to definitely have decided that the way to this hand to complete is Chitoy. Uh-oh. We
Yeet.
might see a... Okay, we're not going to be a deal in there. Waiting on the 7 so Penshan for Richie Nomi. There is 1 left in the wall, I believe. Oh, and Dealer is now Tempai. Which weight?
Yeet.
Waits on the 2 so. There are 2 left in the wall. It's actually a very good weight for Chitoy,
Oh,
but immediately deals in with a 7. It is just Richie Nomi. No Oradora, so only pays at 1,600, but Huang pulls in another set of Rigi sticks and is now at 36,000 going into East 2.
Yeah, there's tons of 6 on the board there.
Dealer has a pretty obvious Sanshoku, Junchan, Dora hand. I mean, maybe you could turn into something more conventional, but I'd really like the extra value here. I'm definitely cutting 4, so yeah, it goes that way. On the right, we have a non-pair, which could be called Furyakuai. The rest of the shapes are pretty bad, though. Across the way, decent shapes. Just feels relatively slow, especially considering what Dealer has now. Oh my goodness. There's now Ishanten for Sanshoku, or maybe not even Sanshoku, but just Junchan Dora 2, actually. Junchan Dora 2. And on the left, already Ishanten for Hatsu. Needs the 3-pin and 3 so.
Home.
Meanwhile, we see a couple calls on the right. Is now Ishanten for non-only. Tempai, do you just Dama
Yeet.
this? Not Richi's waiting on Dora Tonki for Richi
Home.
Junchan Dora 2. That would be a Hanemon. It is Sushi Trap, but you're not going to trust the Dora against a Richi like that, especially given the late Tuso cut. Bit of a backfire there on the 4-pin for Max. Sees one out and throws the safe tile, and then draws another one, the very last one on the wall. And Steve has to think long and hard about throwing this 5 and says, "Okay, I think I'm done here."
Yeah, 2 doors still left in the wall, but I guess if you sumo and get 1 aura, then you turn that into a Baimon.
Oh, and there's the 3. Punished for not throwing the 5 earlier. Steve would have won this hand, but it would have only been the 1 haunt. It's certainly understandable. Oh no. Do you dare push this? No. Okay. And on the left, Steve is not quite Oh, okay. There's another Dora 1-so.
Yeah, Steve just throwing out those green dragons.
Yeah.
I guess could still get Tanya though.
Well, if you're Steve, you're getting a little suspicious of where are the 3-pin. The Kabe 4-pin makes me think that something weird's going on. Because someone should have discarded it already. And you can see this hesitation. Everything looks bad. I just have to throw it. I don't have any other choice. Does throw the 3-so Suji, especially with the 2-4. Didn't feel safe, but it's not like you have anything better. That hand is scary to throw anything from. But it looks like there will be just the dealer Tempai here. The 1-so does not come out, but does pick up the 3,000 for Tempai payments. And everyone takes a look at that hand and goes, yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, it's always sad when you get a good hand like that, but you always think about, is the Dama win rate worth the loss of extra Han?
Well, remember, if you sumo, it's going to be Hanemon anyway. So I think I like Dama a lot more there. And of course, I'm Korak. I almost always like Ricci, but that may just be hindsight because we've seen what ended up happening. Anyway, moving to East 2, dealer has really nice shapes here. We'd like to pull in that 7-mon to complete that. Now, even potential 4-5-6 Sanjiku or 5-6-7 Sanjiku. On the right, we see pretty good shapes as well, just not much value yet. You do have a couple extra pairs, though, to get rid of.
Was punished by throwing out the Dora and immediately drawing another one.
Yeah, across the way, we have a pretty nice starting hand, but you do have 8-6 into 4-8-6 in 2 suits, although that 4 pins connected to the other shape. So I believe this is not quite Ishanten. It's still Ryan Shanten. Get the ugly 2-4-6-8 and get rid of the 2 there, upgrading it to Ryankan. On the left, we have pretty standard Pinfu, maybe Tanyao. Great draw there with the 8-pin. That is now Ishanten for would just be Tanyao. Unless the 7-mon is drawn, then it would be Ricci Pinfu Tanyao. Or you just take the Ricci Tanyao here. It seems like an easy. I would not be hesitating to smash the button here.
It's not the greatest way to midway through the tiles.
Yeah,
But
I'm
what
just not
movement
seeing
you
good ways to
can-
improve it. If you're going to play around like this, I'd like to cut the 8-mon instead and connect to something to that 4-so. Because if you complete this 5-5-6 shape somehow, you'd end up with a 3-sided weight as well.
Right.
But may just be thinking about the 1300 in the middle. And now Ishan 10 on the right for what would be Richinomi.
Chi.
And Eric's hand just isn't budging. But we now see a call on the left for Steve. This will be Tempai waiting on 3-pin. There is 1 left in the wall. Of course, it could come out right here if there's a shift. Does not. Throws the 6 Karagiri. Ooh, can change the weight. He's now waiting on 4-pin.
Yeah, none in the pawn, so
Well, there's one of them. That's going to make
actually
a Ishan 10. Oh, there's the 7. Yeah,
Long.
you have to deal that. It deals into the Tanyo only. 2,000 plus the 1,300 in the middle, and Huang extends his lead over 41,000. Now to East 2-2. There's a very good starting hand here. Potentially Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora, maybe an Ipeco. On the right, we see pretty good shapes as well. 2 completed shapes, 2 pairs, and a couple floaters. Across the way, we have a bunch of good floaters, but not enough blocks yet. And on the left, we see a call of the Tone, also a floating Dora, and a pair. You might be thinking Honitsu, but with that Dora, it seems less likely. Although with that 2, now I have to start thinking about it hard. And you can see some hesitation here by Steve as to what he wants to do. Cuts the 1 here, keeps the option open.
Yeah, dealer Ishanten for potentially Ricci, Tanya, Pinfu. And Dora.
Oh, wow.
Goes for
Damas
Dama.
again. He's just looking at his score and says, I don't need to Dama. In the meantime,
Chi.
for everyone else at the table thinking, wait, Steve's the person that's supposed to do this. He does have a reputation for Dama on a lot of hands like this. We do see the Dora cut from Steve on the left. Still Ishunten looking to pair up that Haku particularly.
Sumo.
Oh, there's the Sumo. Pinfu, Tanya, Sumo Dora. And 2,600 all plus the 600 in the middle. And now near 50,000 and just absolutely cruising at this point.
Another good starting hand. Potential 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, 7 Santraku.
And is now Ishan 10. Wow.
Home.
I mean, do we even have to go over the other hands? I guess the one on the right's getting close to fighting, and the one on the left is getting close, especially now you have a Dora call on the left. I think that's the one we need to focus on. That would be Haku Dora 3.
Yeah, lots of Ryman shapes as well, but needs to complete them.
Yeah, and I think the issue here is Eric's not going to have any interest in helping Steve.
Home.
There's the pawn for Tempai. Tanya Nomi waiting on 4-7 pin.
Chi.
There are 4 on the wall. I see the Karagiri 6-0, and you're really looking for a way to upgrade this to the Sanchoku. You can shift on either block and make it there, but that's not it. Now, interesting Karagiri on the 7-so as well, because now that looks like a block 6-7-so, and very much makes the hand look Tempai.
I don't know. I didn't even like check.
相撲
I'll just sumo.
Well, you don't have to worry about it. You just draw it yourself. And I guarantee you, the rest of the table is just so frustrated at what Huang's been doing. It's not like people are really dealing in that much. It's just sumo after sumo after sumo.
Yeah. And the Damas, you're just like we second guessing if he's Tenpai or not, but you just gotta push
Exactly.
anyway.
Yeah,
Home.
that's just it. You're playing for the championship here, and dealer here has a nice little hand already for potentially Ricci, Dora, maybe Pinfu, but seems unlikely. On the right, we have an Anko of Formon, decent shapes elsewhere, but not good ones. Across the way, we have an Anko of 5mon. The Ryankan in So, again, feels pretty slow. And on the left, we see the Haku call, but this is actually Ishan 10 with two really bad shapes. But in the meantime, dealer is Ishan 10 already.
Yeah, ideally gets a 4-pin and you get Ricci Dora or just
Oh, this is Tenpai. I think you just do you Ricci here. Dama's instead looking for a shape upgrade rather than waiting on that 4-pin. Similarly, I think we're going to see a switch here from Steve to wait on the 4-pin now that the door has been pulled in. Oh, geez, do you dare? Well, you can't reach you on the 5 waiting on the 2 because there are 2 of them out already, and it'd be Richie Soji.
we throw out the 8.
Each.
And now Sumo Gary reaching. This should alert everyone that something weird's going on.
Yeah, I would have just thrown the 8-pin instead.
And Steve, I guarantee you, Steve noticed that was a Sumo Gary Ricci. And you see this hesitation. You can see him going, what the heck? And if I don't know what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fold here.
Yeah, Steve not being in as much danger, but Max of the last year will be going to demotion
There's the
range.
4 by chasing off. Steve does prevent the win. That would have been the Sumo on the left. The 4-pin still has 2 in the wall. Would be Ricci Sumo Dora with extra Fu because of that Anko of 9-so.
Well, Sumo's worked for him for the last few hands. Maybe it comes up again.
And you're in Steve's position. What are you throwing here? It throws the Suji 8-pin. Isn't really comfortable with anything here. This is the other part of a Sumiguri Ricci is you're kind of confusing everyone else as to what you're doing. It almost always signifies a bad weight. And of course, that's what it is here. And if it's a bad weight, can you really afford to fold against it?
Home.
Ooh, do you see the call? And there's the 2-pin. It is actually push. Now a 3-sided weight on the right for Hatsuno. Oh, no.
Oh, it comes out.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Max. Deals into the Ricci Dora. Dora. Now, the interesting thing here is because of the pawn, if he hadn't pawned, Gimmick would have sumoed that and paid everyone pay out even more. The Gimmick is running hot for sure.
Yeah, at
And
least the Sumo we would have still had the 3rd place.
Yeah, but the Sumo, of course, is extra Fu, extra value. It was only a 3,900 DLM, but it would have been a 7,800 Sumo, 2,600 all, plus all the hombo, of course. But dealer has a decent shape here for potentially Ricci Pinfu. We'll need a head, still has, well, there's your Dora.
Oh.
On the right,
Boom.
we have pretty standard Pinfu shape, would be Ricci Pinfu Dora 2, or just Ricci Dora 2 with the 9-pin 1-so Chumpone. Across the way, you see the 2-pin called. And honestly, probably going for Toy Toy now. And on the left, we have, I don't know, Kokoshi?
Yeah, I think it's
I'm
only
seeing a lot of
Nagi.
pairs.
Yeah. 4
Okay,
pairs
now I'm
now.
thinking Honroto. Like, I'm just going Honroto. I might even just start poning. That's a
Yeah,
great starting hand.
maybe could have kept the 2 and 3 and went for
Honitsu would be
chop 2
amazing with this shape.
Honitsu.
Yeah.
It's like hedging
Tempai
the
for
bets.
dealer. Waiting on the 6 show for Tanya Dora. I don't imagine he's going to reach it because he hasn't been doing that all day.
Yeah, might get the Sanchoku upgrade as well.
Yes, if you can shift the shape in Mon, you would add Sanshoku. Oh, no. Okay, throws the 6 for now, but if Max draws the 3 so, this will deal in. You don't take the Shampoo and the 7 so's dead. I strongly disagree with the Karagiri there. This is another one you're telling the table you're building something towards middle so. Wow, and that is now Honroto Chitoi Ishanten on the left.
So a good amount of those tiles in the wall.
Tempai across the way, but no Yaku. Looking for the Toy Toy upgrade. And everyone else is just kind of stuck at this point. Ishanten, and then on the right you have Max who's looking at this hand and going, this is amazing, but it's just not budging.
Oh,
There's our Chitoy on the left. We just did 2-1 so come out. Do you wait on the tune? I would absolutely Richi this. Richi Chitoy Honroto.
yeah, fancy hand, but sadly just Mongon.
And Dama here, it's just 6,400.
But will this even come out? Might just be stuck in the dead wall, unfortunately.
That Tempai, I don't think it is. Yeah, decides it isn't folds. We will have 3 players Tempai here. As everyone's going to go dealer again and then look on the left and see Steve. Wait, you had on Roto?
Yeah, 6th Hamba now.
Oh, this is just disgusting for everyone at the table. We've all been in this situation before. You just want to scream. And
Home.
dealer is not going down now. That is a double Yakuhai pair. So you figure that's going to get filled in fairly quickly. On the right, we have pretty standard Pinfu shapes, maybe a Dora, maybe a 567 Sanshku. Across the way, we have a Hatsu pair and some floating shapes, good shapes in Mon. And on the left, we see the Pei pair called. And just trying to get out of here. No value yet. Ishanten on the right for Richi, Pinfu, maybe Dora. Speaking of Dora, one is drawn across the way by Eric.
Yeah, and it fits in the hand. And another Dora for Steve.
There is Tempai on the right. This will just be Pinfu. Dama is looking for more value. Max is looking at his standings and going, I can't afford to take a 4th here. And even though it's East 2, I think it's weighing on him a bit just how he's sitting at 14,800, and we've only gone through one dealer round. We see,
Don't.
there's the 7 and does deal in, and the home buy makes this from a 1,000-point hand to a 2,800-point hand, but still in 4th place. And it is rewarded, though, with a great starting hand here. Double tone pair, Shaw pair, Hatsu pair. You're looking for Honitsu here on top of everything, although not even necessarily that important.
Even double ton Green Dragon
Yeah,
would be
double
good
tone
enough.
Hatsu, yeah, would be pretty good. And on the right, we have probably Pinfu Ipeiko. Across the way, we have an Anko of the Non, maybe a 789 Sanshku and Chanta. On the left, we have, that is Tempai already. And I'm shocked to say that it is
Yeet.
Huang who is Tempai on turn 4.
Decides to reach you this time for the 3-mon only. Would have
Yeah,
no Yako otherwise.
Going for the namesake of the club for Richinomi. And it is only waiting on the 3-mon. There are all 4 left in the wall still. I guarantee you, everyone at this table is sitting here going, really?
1
Could call here that 2-pin. Yeah, takes it immediately. You see, as Max, you just feel you have to fight here.
Yeah.
You can't afford to be folding your dealer turns here because you're just not going to have that many more. You may not have that many more in the league history. Tempai on the right, also on the Gimbutu 3. And there's the 3-mon! Ricci Sumo. No Oradora, but moves the dealer turn around and pulls in another couple thousand.
Yeah, it must be frustrating Smacks to have like starting hand like that, just not be able to keep.
Yeah,
the
he just
dealership.
doesn't budge at all. The one advancement was because of a chi. But dealer here has a Haku Call, a Floating Dora, decent shapes as well. On the right, we have an ugly shape in Mon, decent shapes elsewhere though. So probably Ricci, Pinfu, Ipeiko, Dora is what I'd aim for. Across the way, we have a whole bunch of So tiles and not much else. But you have a Dora with the 5-pin and a 4-pin connected to it. So maybe Ricci, Pinfu, Itsudora. And on the left, we see a Pay pair, now a Pay Anko. So that is getting close, but it's hard to get much value out of it unless you get Sun Anko.
Maybe calling for Toy, I suppose.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. If you get, especially if you draw the 3, I mean, you'll take the Tempai. You'll be a little disgusted by it, but you'd take it. If you pawn, say, the 9-mon, and then the 3-mon comes out, do you take the win?
Guess that depends on how dangerous the table looks at the moment. You definitely want to get that every point counts. You definitely want to get the 3 on the Toy.
Yeah. And you're figuring you're probably not going to be first here, but there are pretty good chances for second. And that's why Max is only as bad as he is right now, as you managed to pull second in that last game. If he'd have taken a 4th there, he'd be sitting down near Lucas. Tempai now on the left with 3-6 pin for non-Dora.
Yeah, sadly, Furry 10, 6-pin in the discard though.
Yeah, and that's going to be Chi, and they're now waiting on the 4-7 pin for dealer, which is a much better weight. Although you do have a bunch of those 7-pin used in the hand of the right and 1 discarded. Still Ishan 10 there for Steve.
If the 9-mon, the dealer
could Chi this and take Tempai, and will waiting on 4-pin. So the 4 would deal it a double roan at this point. Could see a Chi here. I'd absolutely take it. Confirm the Itsu waiting on 3-6 pin.
Yeah, at least you can't draw the last Dora, so he's not going to like deal that 4-pin in probably.
Everyone's waiting on the 3, 4, 6, or 7 pin at this point. And there's the 6. And deals into Huang for Itsudora.
Yeah, it would have been double if Max was also not in Furry 10.
Right, and that's part of the decision making when you're throwing, and you're saying, well, in worst case, deals into the other 2, and everyone looks cheap. But we move to South round. Dealer has a Chun pair. Decent shapes in pin. You'd like to convert this to Chanta, but you're probably not going to have it happen. On the right, those shapes are hideous. I want to say some sort of redeeming value, but that's by far the worst hand we've seen for Gimmick all game. Across the way,
Boom.
we see a pretty standard Pinfu, Tanya, maybe Peiko hand. Not just Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, especially if you pull that 6-mon. And on the left, a pretty standard Pinfu hand. You'd like to add Tanya to it, but it's going to be very hard to add
Each.
both Tanya and Pinfu. And there's our Tempai across the way. Ricci, Tanya waiting on 6-mon. There are 3 left in the wall.
More value would be nice, but besides first, like second is within striking distance at least. Still half of the Hanchan to go.
I'm told there was a Yakuman on either table, so we'll check that out in the logs after this game.
Dealer see Shanton now.
And Steve's kind of in the same situation, feeling you just can't take another 4th here. Steve was looking at winning the championship, and now I take a 4th here would be staring demotion in the face.
Sumo.
There's the 6-mon, Ricci, Sumo, Tanyao.
And the
Uradora, and that's a huge win for Matt, getting into a reasonably comfortable 2nd place now. But the story is still Huang sitting at 60,000 in South 2 and starts with 2 Dora here. Going to be hard to make this anything other than Ricci Dora 2. On the right, we have a bunch of floaters, but good shapes in Pin. Across the way, good shapes in Mon, but not much else. And on the left, a Hatsu pair and Chanta type shapes elsewhere, but just have that 4-mon pair, so probably not. So this is one where everyone's hand is honestly bad. The question is who can make it less bad quickly. And Huang probably has the advantage because all the blocks are there. They're just kind of bad. You have a Penchon 3, so you need to fill up Kanchan 3, so a Kanchan 8 pin. Interesting. I might have gone ahead and called the 3 so there and just sold out, seeing I have 2 Dora and just gone. But I can certainly see the pass here.
Maybe he got rewarded by filling in 7-8 shape anyway.
Well, you have that extra floating 4-mon, so you're probably connecting to that. Yeah, definitely looking like Tanya now. I'd cut the 7 so here. Instead, just selling out for Tanya, cutting the 7-9 pin. And Steve's shapes are improving, but his value isn't. Oh my goodness, there's a 6. So
Gee.
that fixes this. You now have some overlap, though, in the pin shape with a 3, 4, 6, 7. And a call on the right of the Penchon, looking to call the Chun.
Yeah. Could have called the 2 pin for the 2, 3, 4.
Wow, what a
Just
draw with the 5. So do you cut the 4, 6 or the 2, 4? Cuts the 2, 4. The 3 so is looking really bad with 2 out, but that means they're probably in the wall still. Well, just pair it up and take perfect Ishan 10, and that's what happens.
Boom.
There's the tune. It does get called across from Max there on our right. And we now have a big shape improvement, completing that 5 so across the way for Eric. Eric is Ishan 10 as well.
Even the nice store upgrade.
Ooh, that is an awkward tile. What do you do with the 4?
Just Karagiri. He's been
Karagiri,
doing a lot of
okay.
that.
Yeah, I think Karagiri a lot of the time is not the right decision. The Sumagiri's fine there, though. I agree with cutting this other 4 as well. The 3-so, again, looks really good in the wall right now. Of course, we know it's actually being used in hands, but the 2 people that have it are the 2 people that discarded 1 earlier, and you can't expect that. Wow, and another huge shape upgrade.
Yeah, 2 Salmon Chan. So
That
many
is
ways, but
an amazing shape.
yeah, not a ton of tiles left to draw.
Well, at this point, you're just cheating anything. If you can pwn, you'd take it, of course.
Right.
Cheat, yep. Easy cheat.
Yeah, you have to
Cheat.
cheat, right? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. The question which way? I'd probably just throw the 4.
Yeah. Then he does that.
Like this. Yeah. Dodges it this turn. Uh-oh.
Oh, the 3 might come from Steve.
Oh, no. Oh,
There's a
great.
dodge.
Oh,
Oh, the furry
wow.
10-9,
That's the
so
only way. That is some serious bail out there. Great dodge there by both Steve and Max. Seeing that late 2-4 and going, why do you still have a 2-4 after having cut a 2 so early? And Huang is the only player Tempai, having drawn the wrong end of the Sun Menchon, but still gets 3,000 out of it, and has another not particularly terrible hand, but not a good hand. You have 2 Penchons to fill, but you have a completed shape in So, and a couple good floaters in Pin. On the right, we see a whole bunch of pairs, 4 of them already, and really not anything connecting to them, so I think you're just going for the Chitoi. There's a call of the Haku on the left for probably Chanta, maybe Honitsu and Chanta. This is Tempai going for the goods here, feeling that Steve needs points. Across the way, a pretty standard Pinfu, a Peiko, Dora 2, but the big hand is the one on the left, which is Ishanten for Chanta, Haku, Chun, Honitsu.
Kan.
Yeah, there's the Kan. Adds the non as Dora, which there is 1 in the hand of Eric right now, but that's it. And now Tempai on the left, waiting on 3-so. It would be Mongon, of course. The 5th Han doesn't actually do any good, but you'll take it.
yeah, just one of those left in the wall, though. Oh, it just comes
There
out.
it is. And Max deals right into it, and that's going to be a direct Mongon, dropping Max to 4th place and Steve to 2nd as they swap positions.
Yeah, at least Max has a dealership to get back, but that's not a great spot to be in.
No, and you're thinking about demotion now, and has a decent starting hand with a Yakuhai non, but no value here. Now actually looking towards Chitoi with 4 pairs, maybe even Toy Toy on the right. An Anko of one Mon, maybe distant Itsu in So, floating Dora, not great, not terrible. There's the 1-pin call for Max. There's the 3-pin call. Definitely hoping for Toy Toy, but we'll just take the non only if that's what happens. Across the way, Tanyao, and maybe a Dora pickup later, but you'd have that 2, 4, 6, 8 so. And there's Tempai for Max waiting on 5, 8 so. Would love to pull in the pair of either of those and go for the Toy Toy. And on the left, we have pretty nice shapes as well. Cuts the 9 so maybe thinking elsewhere. Keeping the 5, 5, 7 shape to accept Dora. Tempai across the way waiting on 7 so. So, of course, ironically, the worst draw possible for Max would be a 6-so, because it has to come out there. And there's the 7, deals in, and that'll move dealer turn. If you're Huang, you're absolutely thrilled with that. It'll move to all last.
Yeah, not great for Max, but a Mongon Sumo would bring him back to 2nd.
And no one's out of range except out of range for 30K. You have 2 players that can get there, but it's not looking good for anyone except Huang, who basically has clinched the league at this point. And we have dealer with a really nice starting end here. Pinfu, Tanyao, Sanshuku. Really nice hand here. On the right, we see the Tone Call. Probably is going for the Otozuke with the Hatsu. Decent shapes elsewhere. Also Dora across the way. Maybe Junchan. I don't like the 9-so cut. I'm thinking a little more Junchan. I cut the 4-pin, but that's the thinking. Gimmick doesn't have to play defensively or really much anything other than just not deal into dealer, and he's fine. On the left, we see the Haku pair, and honestly, not much else. Maybe brute forcing Honitsu because this hand needs value. You absolutely have to win at least 4,000 sumo.
Home.
So I think you just brute force the Honitsu, and that seems the way it's going. But Steve is much faster here. Interesting play by Steve cutting the 4. Is playing for the 30,000.
Chi.
Could see a call for Tempai, and we do, waiting on 3 6-mon. 3 would be Sanchuku and Tanyao either way.
Sumo.
There's the sumo. Gets the cheap end, but does pull on the 1500, and we have South 4-1. Dealer has 2 Dora and decent shapes elsewhere, but not good ones. It's always frustrating to have the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 in any suit. On the right, we have nice pair up with the Shaw, but the rest of the hand needs a little bit of work. There's plenty of potential here, though, for Ricci Pinfu Dora. Across the way, we see a pretty standard hand. Not much else to say here. Ricci Pinfu, maybe a Dora, maybe a distant 3, 4, 5 Sanshuku. On the left, I think here's brute forcing Honitsu again. You need value.
Home.
You have to win a Mongun here, and it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, the shapes aren't looking great, and the East paired up won't give an extra Yaku.
Well, you're hoping to probably con the 8-mon or the 2-mon at this point. You have to do something to change it. You can't even pass on that 8. The shapes are so bad. Like, I guess you could have passed and considered going for the closed hand, but that just seems unrealistic at this point. We see the call the 2-so as Eric is going for Sanshuku Dora 2 or 3. Of course, a bit unfortunate for him that so many of those 2-mon are locked in the hand of the left. On the right, we have a Ricci Sanshuku Dora. So no matter who this wins off of, Steve will take over 30,000. A great hand. Oh, and it may deal in right here. Okay, just folding for now. That's pretty classic Eric, is don't expose myself to any danger when I don't need to. If you're pushing, you probably do push the 7-pin.
Chi.
And we see a call across the way as Huang is not giving up here for the Tanyao. Is not Tempai yet, but is getting closer. That is Tempai, though. Shape would be a Chi here and then cut the 4, waiting on the 3-6. And the 7-pin, I don't think we ever talked about, there are 2 on the wall because we just have the 2 in Eric's hand. The 3-6 on the other hand has a bunch out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 2 outs left. Jeez, and Eric is just not getting any tiles and deals into the manga. This is great news for Max. Will only lose the -5 instead of the minus 15 here. But
So
the end result
20.
is, yeah, -20 is rough, but that could have been -30 if you didn't have the deal in there, or even if Zell sumos and you get Steve with a big sumo, then that would be absolute danger. But the big winner again is Gimmick, and I think you can punch his ticket to the year-end championship as he has won A1 barring an unbelievable disaster. Another dominant performance. 3 firsts, and not just 3 firsts, but 3 big firsts by Huang, who has been playing out of his mind. The tiles have been cooperating. You have Steve with that big Mungon in the last hand, salvaging 5.8 and getting out of demotion danger. You have Max, fortunately at the very end there, having Eric deal in, so only takes a minus 20.2 and is staring demotion in the face. And Eric dealing in there with a minus 34.2. So his chance at the league championship is over at this point. And I think the big story now is Huang basically has it punched. I would say Eric and Steve are pretty much safe. And the big story will be, can Max save his positioning?
Yeah, even though I guess there still could be like a disastrous, like a massive fourth place could still put Steve or Eric into demotion, but surely they'll play it safe, especially if they're low dealing rates.
Oh, and from the sounds of it, they're going to play the last game at a later time because of the Tenho hangups. So we're getting close to 10 p.m. on the East Coast. So I think we're going to then switch back over to the B1 games, although there was a Yakuman I'd like to see in the logs. Oh, it was just a Yakuman alert. I do not actually see one having shown up in the logs.
I don't think the game isn't over.
Okay, yeah, it
Yeah.
is in this game. So we'll see later.
Yeah, the minus negative 34700.
Oh my goodness.
That is from, I think he was in the more secure, maybe not so secure
Reach.
now.
Even so, I think this is Bird
Gee.
Ups. That was Tristan who was doing really
Gee.
fine. So this is going to be a big difference.
Must be nerve wracking to think you're like safe and then huge negative score.
Yeah, really rough here. Dealer is Ishan 10 now, calls for Tempai. Oh, what? I don't understand this. I just pushed the 7. Throwing the relatively safe 8 pin, which is Gimbutsu. Do you throw the two-so safe here? So if you're playing defensively, you're waiting on the 6-so Gimbutsu. So that would be your Yaku. Could even con here, depending on how
Con.
aggressive you feel. Does con. And everyone else at the table is going, wait, what?
Pong.
And that, of course, incentivized a call on the left for Tristan with a 3 Dora. Ishanten now for Toy Dora 3. Of course, the 6 pin are completely locked up at this point. Getting a refresh on these standings, so I see a little bit of lag here.
Yeah, the Dora 3 came from the con, so might not have done that otherwise.
There's the Dora, does come out. Is not thrown, though. There's the 6 and deals in across the way for Tanya only. And Aaron just continues rolling over this table, but when third place at 38,500, that's a rough situation. But yeah, we see from these standings, Tristan's at plus 104.6. So let me do some quick math. This would be, what, a minus 85, which is still plenty of coverage over John, who is at the cut line. But we see a Hatsu call for dealer, also has a Chun pair. Getting another pair with a 3-mon. You'd love to upgrade to Toy, but it's a long way away. You have so many floaters everywhere and no blocks.
Pong.
There's the Chun call, though, so you'd be fine with that. On the right, we have an uncle of the 9-mon and decent shapes elsewhere, just not seeing much value. Across the way, potentially a distant 1, 2, 3, 2, 4 Sunshu. The hand's not great, though. You do have a Dora, so just maybe Riichi Dora. And on the left, I see 2 Anko already, so I mean, you're dreaming Suanko, but I think you just take anything you can get.
Yeah, but having that white dragon could handicap. It's gonna be really scary to throw with two other dragon
Yeah,
algos.
because that is how you lose your position is dealing into Daisangan or Pal for
Especially, you already see
Daisangan.
one Yakuman in a game. You don't want to see another.
Yeah, dealer is now Tempai on 2-5-so. All the 2-so are locked up in hands and honestly probably never coming out. The 5-so there is one in a hand, which means we have 3 outs in the wall, or 2 outs in the wall. There's one discarded as well. Uh-oh, may come out here. Okay. You can see Aaron here thinking about ways for the Sanshoku. That's the hesitation there. Is Aaron is looking for the Sanshoku. Honestly, doesn't need it just considering the situation. Would prefer not to deal in, but I don't see how you're going to get around. Okay, throws the 4-so. Good dodge. But so
Another
what's that
dodge.
call then? So how are you going to do anything with this? You need the 7, so you're calling here. You're going to cut the 4-5 for Junchan? That
That 5 will
seems to be
deal
the
in,
play
though.
here. Yeah, that 5 is going to deal in eventually. The question is when.
リーチ
Well, maybe not. Yeah, we have a Chitoy across the way. Riichi, Chitoy, Dora 2 waiting on 1 mod. There are 2 out already, so that is a hell wait. And I disagree with this. I absolutely would consider either the other shape or even Dama looking for an improvement.
Sylveon backs off, so the 5-so does not actually deal in.
Yeah. If you're Sylveon, I think I just push. I wouldn't worry about this. We have Tempai for Junchan Sanshoku on the right. Would be 3,900.
Oh, it
And
comes
there it
out.
is. Sanshoku Junchan, and yikes, that is a minus 40,000 for Tristan, but I think he has enough to cover it. Yeah, a minus 89.6, but still in the positives. Who's the only person in this game that could afford that type of hit. These are the final standings for B1, barring that game at the very bottom between Ryan, Sarah, and Pio. So although it is theoretically possible for someone there to jump out over the plus 15, it is not realistic with 2 games to go, and the highest one being at minus 120. So this will be good enough for all 3 of them to promote.
Yeah, I didn't notice that was their last game. If there was another one, that would not be a great spot to be in for another 4th, but
Okay, well, I kind of want to see how this happens. So what on earth? These scores are really ridiculous. Okay, well, I see what the deal in was now from the game description. Let's pull the log up on stream. Yeah, it's the hand on the left is going to end up winning this.
チ
And you can see it's building toward that Kokushio. We have a nice hand on the right for Onitsu, maybe Itsu, and Non, double Non.
チ
yeah, I think there's only like 8, maybe 8, 7 or 8 to start with for the Kokushi. But
Oh,
just
it's
eliminate
already
that.
Tempai. Oh my. Goes for the greedy shape here. Yeah, Tempai. Okay, now it's Tempai. Wait on that Haku. There are 2 left. Oh, and there it is.
ロン
Decides not to take the Ryanman with the 4-5, going for extra value here because the South would be a Mungon, and instead punished in the most brutal way possible, dealing into the Kokujimuso for 32,600. That's how Tristan took that big hit, but had enough of a buffer to where that's going to be good enough. But yeah, can we go back to the start of that hand? Because I want to see how many starting tiles there were.
Just 7 and a pair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's Kokushi? I'm not creative enough to believe this. I'd have never completed this hand. So started with 8 because your first draw is going to kind of tell you, but 8,
Right.
8 it's really rough. I would normally just cut the east there and play for a conventional Chanto or even Jun-chan type hand. But when you go for the goods, that's when you get it. Yeah, I think that Shaw's a turning point in the hand is now it's okay, there's potential. And 2 pairs here. And there's your Tenpai, and it's just a matter of waiting. And the Haku looks really safe. The only thing it's really going to deal into is this.
Yeah, that was a massive. Like anyone else there would be dealing into that would be taken to demotion range, basically.
Yeah, and that is congratulations to Sylvie, our substitute in B1 for that win. That is an amazing game, and Sylvie has just been doing very well in B1. So congratulations, and congratulations to the other players in this game for their promotion to the A2 League next season, barring something absolutely ridiculous out of those last 2 games. And you see here, there is a whole bunch of red. These are the ones whose games have completed. You see Austin, Patrick have moved up, Travis and Luke have moved up, Matthew moved up. All the A2 games have been played, so those are all promotions. Vincent does get in on that last chance, and Nathaniel managed to steal the 5th place, but it turned out there was a hiatus in A1, so an extra position, so Vincent got that one. B1 is effectively now done as well, and honestly, A1 is effectively done at the top. The question is at the bottom, is Max going to stay over that demotion line?
Yeah, the last game will be played at another day.
But regardless, I believe that is all. Any closing thoughts?
I mean, not really much besides, yeah, that's finding out that last game, like who's gonna demote. I guess there's still the possibility of like the other table that still has to go in A1. It could move the demotion line around, but it's one final game. With it demote or not, it's could be high stakes for sure.
Well, I had one of those, and ugh, it's not fun. It's not fun when you're staring down that demotion line and have to get something. But I don't think we are necessarily going to have a cast tomorrow, but we will be back Sunday for sure. If something gets scheduled tomorrow, we'll see if we can finagle a team together. But regardless, for Dustin, this is Korak for the American Reach Mahjong League signing off. Take care, everyone. Sorry we could not complete the A1 series, but we did have no technical difficulties, so not much that was within our control. We look forward to seeing you Sunday night.